In general, there should be. All right, it's 8 o'clock. Are we good to go, Pat? Okay. All right, I'll call the meeting to order. If everyone could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First of all, before we start the meeting, I just want to, further down on the agenda, we do our reports, but I want to welcome our new commissioner. And Vern, if you wouldn't mind just giving a little background on yourself, and we're happy to have you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Vern Gagnon and have been a Montana resident all my life. Grew up in eastern Montana and grew up on farm and ranch. So have been in the outdoors pretty much all of my life and really value the asset that we have here in Montana in terms of our resources. Honored to be selected to be on the commission. Appreciate the warm welcome I received from you, Chair Robinson, and my fellow commissioners, and the support that I've got from the division office as well. Looking forward to just learning the process and being able to contribute.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and approval of the minutes. Have you had a chance to read over the minutes from the last meeting? If so, I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Burrows, were you the second? Okay, thank you. Any corrections or additions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, approval of commission expenses. We did get some updated ones for if you had got a binder earlier. We got updated ones.
Madam Chair, I will move to approve the minutes as presented.
Okay, thank you. Expenses.
What did I say?
Minutes.
Sorry.
All right, we're getting
Thank
the hang of it here. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. You, Vice Chair Walsh. Okay, so are there any corrections, additions, or questions? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. So, for the reports, Vern, we usually do, did you get a report from your area? Okay, I'm not gonna start with you so you can kind of get, but one of the things too, when we give our report is any groups that we have met with, we disclose that also, so. Commissioner Walsh, you want to just go ahead?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good morning, all. I'm going to report out on R4. I'll start with fisheries. I think everyone in the state right now is concerned about how low water conditions this summer will impact the health of our fisheries and those who depend on them. And I read in the morning Bozeman Chronicle that we're at record low snowpack throughout the state. Specifically in Region 4, the Missouri headwaters was at a basin snow water equivalency of 64%, which is a record low for mid-April. The upper Missouri was a bit better at 82%. The Marias River was at 83%, and the Muscle Shell is at 82%. This was all as of April 12th. For the Missouri River downstream of Holter Dam, the Bureau of Reclamation release plans are for 3,000 CFS for all of 2026. It's currently projected that Canyon Ferry Reservoir will not fill this summer based on the median water supply forecast. So we'll be hearing from Adam Strainer here in a little bit. And I'll just encourage citizens from around the state to participate in the biennial review of our fish management plan, which kicks off in May, as well as a review of fishing regulations for the next 2 years. And I think that'll be a great opportunity for folks who are concerned about fish health to get involved and really hope to see better participation in those meetings than we did in the hunting regs last year. On the wildlife side, the Region 4 wildlife staff are busy conducting spring deer, bighorn sheep, sage grouse, and sharptail surveys. The swift fox detection project is wrapping up in Region 4 and Region 5. There were 928 camera locations that resulted in approximately 1.2 million photos. The Region 4 staff had preliminary detections of swift foxes in Sweetgrass Hills, Grass Range, and the Harlowtown areas. On parks and outdoor rec, the Smith River is now fully into float season, and it's a busy start to the season, and people are out taking advantage of the mild weather. I know from personal experience, I've been in there in mid-May and been caught in severe snowstorms, so it's quite a different experience to be floating that in April. There was a rock slide in the Upper Sluice Boxes State Park, which covered the trail and added large rocks to Belt Creek that will likely be challenging for boating this spring. So if you plan to float Belt Creek, be sure to check in with the department on the conditions. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start out here with admin. Two common inquiries that we are hearing this spring are related to the 10-day waiting period for non-resident bird hunters and the elimination of the clip-on paddlefish tags in the lower Yellowstone River yellow tag area. But the front desk staff are good about taking care of those and answering those questions. Communication-wise, there are kids fishing days are scheduled for this spring. Efforts to educate the area youth in fish identification, water safety, and fishing techniques will be taught to 5th graders from Glendive, Sydney, Miles City, and Colstrip area schools. A Becoming an Outdoors Woman course is set for June 6th and 7th in Miles City. The focus of this class will be paddlefish angling techniques and biology. Hopefully we'll have good attendance for that. Wildlife, that area, Region 7 staff, the sage and sharp-tailed grouse surveys have started. Early numbers look a little on the low side, but biologists typically see numbers on the leks increase as the survey season goes on. In fisheries, they have a reminder that fisheries is starting their regulations change process. Region 7 will hold a public meeting to scope new regulations on May 7th. With marginal snowpack levels, fishery staff have been coordinating with irrigation district staff along the Tongue River to review flow and water quality needs. That, I fear, is just only going to be an ongoing problem this summer, unless we get the super El Nino and we get all this rain that I'll believe it when I see it. In enforcement, wardens and biologists have attended a bear conflict training that was put on by the Region 5 bear specialists. Dry conditions heading into the spring often do impact the bears and result in conflicts, increased conflicts. This training was a good refresher for the staff to prepare for this potential workload. And in parks and recreation, the park staff have been working with the city of Miles City to secure the fishing access site. I mean, that's been secured and now just working forward on that near the confluence of the Yellowstone and Tongue Rivers. In addition, staff have been working with local community groups to seek additional volunteer opportunities at, I even killed this one, Pirogue State Park. I don't know if that's pronounced correctly. Located close to Miles City. You would think I should know that living that close, but sorry. These efforts will result in improved interpretive projects and signage. And then lastly, planning for the Rosebud Battlefield 150th celebration is ongoing. This important event will occur in June of this year. And I attended the MOGA regional meeting in Miles City April 4th and have just visited with Will Israel several times on the phone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burke.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt? I did meet with one outside group. I met with Mike Bias and a few outfitters from Foam.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I met with nobody during this last 2 months. But I did join the Montana Parks Foundation as a volunteer board member. Even though none of those will come before us, if they did, I would be recusing myself from any vote on that. Wildlife in Region 3, staff's largely completed the annual elk surveys, and they're now transitioning into mule deer surveys. The mild winter conditions and limited snow resulted in widely dispersed elk and deer rather than the usual concentration on winter ranges. So they don't expect the counts to be very accurate this year because of this. Bighorn sheep, really positive counts in the Madison range. Those populations are growing exponentially. The Tandoys out of Dillon, also there. The elkhorns also improved. They're not in the pre-die-off numbers, population numbers, but they're definitely turning the corner. Lion harvest in Region 3 was down despite lowered quotas. Most of those quotas weren't met. Wildlife biologists are stating they think that we've possibly met the 40% harvest that the commission asked for. So they're a little unhappy with the commission. They had a meeting in March, which I did not go to, but I did get the meeting minutes and I talked to several of the people that were there. They're seeing mostly young lions, not any of the older aged males that they used to. They think that's a concern for the population. That will be up in June, so I'm sure we'll hear more from them before June. I know they've been reaching out to most of the commissioners on that. Bison harvest is complete. No bison were harvested in the Gardner Basin, but in the backcountry, state hunters harvested 4 and in 385, and then 6 Umatilla and 3 Yakima tribal members harvested bison there. In the West Yellowstone area, the state hunters harvested 17, the Salish Kootenai 17, the Nez Perce 27, Shoshone Bannock 8, the Yakima 3, and the Blackfeet 3. So pretty good harvest, but the bison basically did not come out of the park this year. One of the things I'm hearing from constituents, well, let me just check on wolves first. Region 3 did not meet the harvest quota of 60 that we set in August, but I think it was 54 was the harvest. 316 only harvested 1, 313, we got the quota of 3 there. 6 wolves were removed by the authority under Senate Bill 200, and 37 wolves were removed by Wildlife Services. The Region 3 biologists are telling me that they believe it reduced the population of wolves by 55%. And they'll still get the populations in, but they think there's less than 100 wolves now in the region. So I think a lot of people will be happy about that. Two Region 3 biologists have gone to Wyoming this week for WART training. WART stands for Wildlife Human Attack Response Training. So they can better respond to conflicts with wildlife that cause human life. They essentially go in and figure out how to do a CSI approach to tragedy, and including gridding and contacting local authorities and also identifying the animal and then trying to find it. Reservoir levels, everybody's very concerned about reservoir levels. Clark Canyon is very low, and that whole basin is at 89% of normal. So I think the Beaverhead, excuse me, the Beaverhead, the Jefferson, Big Hole are all going to be high on everybody's minds for closures, et cetera. Let's see. Fisheries statewide plan, please go to the meetings. Last year, we had low turnout for these meetings. I think it's really important. People show up. Bozeman's is May 19th. Maintenance is working to install electronic gate at Carter's Bridge fishing access site. It is open daily from 5 to 10, and then the gate will close at 10. Let's see, one other thing. What did I do with that? Oh, Siskin Island is a project that local landowner donated 82 acres on the Yellowstone by the Mill Creek Bridge. So the Parks is working on acquiring it. There's a lot of input from the public, a lot of concern for hunting on this island, and also just there's a concert venue nearby, so a lot of concern about partying, and so I'll be attending a meeting next week with the local homeowners associations, and I expect that this will be coming forward to the commission probably in the next, maybe at the next commission for approval, or the following. Pond licensing, the legislature passed new rules on pond licensing. So I've been getting a lot of calls. There's been some confusion about whether you have an expired pond license, whether it's a day or a year, how you go back and get relicensed, and what are the processes for that. Pretty complicated. I think it's probably going to have to go back for some cleanup legislation. And then the Region 3 CIC is next week in Bozeman, so I'll be going to that too. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows, I am anxiously awaiting if you have any rescue stories.
No rescues, no rescues to report. Welcome to our new commissioner in Region 5. Looking forward to working with you. Couple other thank yous. I know Brian and his staff, every time I send requests for information, they're just beating their head against their desk because it's kind of like a pinball, but I really appreciate how fast you and your staff turn around data to me, because I know it's not readily available and you got to compile but some requests on mountain lions that were quick turnaround that allowed me to get back to constituents and houndsmen. So thank you. And Eric, great venue. Thank you. Well done. Groups I met with, I went to the Foundation for Wildlife Management banquet and met with a handful of members there. And then a whole bunch of houndsmen in regards to both the black bear confusion on our amendments that we had last time, and then also mountain lion quotas coming up. On report from Region 2 for wildlife, Region 2 biologists are currently working on completing green-up surveys for deer and elk. Green-up was early this year and surveys started earlier than normal. In early March, in Region 2 confirmed its second positive CWD sample from a mule deer buck collected in Hunting District 215 in Butte. Staff are working on plans to increase sampling in this area. Enforcement wardens have recently transitioned to spring work with the nicer weather. We've seen an uptick in people fishing and boating on Region 2 rivers. Wardens in the Bitterroot recently conducted a saturation patrol along the main stem of the Bitterroot and West Fork to check for angler and water safety compliance. Enforcement has received several reports of people trespassing on closed WMAs. As a reminder, most of the WAs and MAs in the region are closed until noon on May 15th to protect wintering wildlife. Parks and Outdoor Rec, a new campground at John and Nancy Owen Fishing Access Site, and a campground improvement at Clearwater Crossing Fishing Access Site will be available to recreationalists this summer. Public comment is open for the Fish Creek Collaborative recommendations through this Friday, April 17th. And the department is holding a lottery for 3 abandoned commercial use permits on the Upper Bitterroot and West Fork, a restricted use river. The lottery is open for registration April 20th to May 18th, and licensing will hold a drawing shortly after that. I did have an opportunity to sat down because one of the questions I had is with the overcrowding concerns on our rivers right now. Those are basically lifetime lottery permits. And it seemed like a good time if we were going to do an evaluation of those permits instead of issuing those permits and then we have to retract some later. It seemed like a good time to actually do an analysis of whether those were necessary. Do we need them? Is it potential to take those off? So I brought that up and we got Region 2 staff and some legal involved on it. And it was determined that we did not have either the commission or I think the department at this time, the authority to revoke those permits, which I think is really unfortunate, and that process needs to be looked at because these being lifetime permits, it's the right time to evaluate the necessity of those permits and overcrowding, especially on the Bitterroot. So disappointing and frustrating that we didn't have that authority. So we're going to issue those 3 new permits and then apparently take a look at the need for those permits on, again, overcrowding and other uses. But somebody's going to be disappointed if they lose one of these like lifetime type permits apparently. So hopefully, I don't know if that needs a rule change or legislative change, but something that I think we really need to look at making a change on, being able to have the authority to evaluate those permits as they come up instead of an automatic lottery to issue those. Communication and education, registration for antler hunters wanting to drive into the Blackfoot Clearwater WMA on opening day is open through April 19th. We've received over 650 registrations so far. The list will be randomized to determine entry order at the end of this month. The system is similar to the past 2 years. Vehicle access will be through the east entrance beginning at noon. Other entrances will be open to vehicles at 2 p.m. Numbers are not limited, and those who do not register will not enter behind those who did. These changes, first implemented in 2024, address safety concerns related to vehicles entering the WMA. Region 2 hosted an annual workshop and appreciation luncheon for volunteer hunter, bow hunter, and trapper education instructors on March 14th in Missoula. There were about 100 people in attendance, and many instructors were honored with service and special awards, including one instructor, Marsha Walliser, that has been volunteering for 50 years in Ravalli County. So appreciate her service. On the fisheries side, Region 2 fisheries staff are finalizing reports and beginning sampling season on rivers and lakes to update fish population status and help assess the effects of drought and fish stocking. They are also designing 2 large irrigation infrastructure improvement projects in the Upper Clark Fork. The projects include upgraded diversions that will facilitate fish passage and fish screens. Fisheries is working on a restoration project and in-stream flow lease renewal in Chamberlain Creek and the Blackfoot River drainage. And that's the end of my report, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wargo.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Update from Region 1, I guess, starting out, I got a invite from one of the local houndsmen that was helping out with the recapture research efforts that are going on in Region 1. I was able to go out with Casey Stutzman on that project. We're able to tree and get a genetic sample of a younger Tom lion. So that was pretty cool to get out and see some of that research firsthand. Appreciate all the hard effort that's being put in by department staff and houndsmen on that effort. It's a pretty cool project. Had quite a bit of outreach from Montana houndsmen and folks, I guess, regarding, as Commissioner Burrows referenced, some of the questions about hound training and such. I also attended a Region 1 houndsman meeting. We had phenomenal attendance. We packed the Region 1 conference room and had a bunch of, we had all of our wildlife biologists from the area, had some great discussions, lots of sharing of opinions and whatnot. So that was great to see attendance like that. It was one of the stronger attendances that I've seen at one of these public meetings. So it's hats off to the houndsmen for being an engaged group. MOGA had a Region 1, Region 2 meeting that I I was able to zoom into here earlier this week. Kind of got an update from them. So that was good outreach. Region 1 staff was very accommodating. They were trying to get me out on one of the spring green up surveys. Didn't connect with that on that, but really appreciate them trying to keep me involved in things up there. Going on to the updates from the area, there's a fisheries update. The department is continuing to attempt to bolster bull trout and kokanee populations through lake trout suppression efforts at Swan Lake. Last year's efforts were deemed successful, adding an extra week of netting this year to boost gains. They're continuing to contract with professional gill netters for efficient lake trout removal. Captured lake trout are distributed to local food banks and avian rehabilitation programs. Surplus fish are disposed at the county landfill per MIPA, and none were returned to the lake to prevent increased productivity. They're working to expand native West Slope and cutthroat trout brood stocks to support high-quality angling opportunities across western Montana. Large migratory West Slope cutthroat are prized as a native sport fish and play an important role in maintaining healthy native trout fisheries, especially in mountain lakes. South Fork River above Hungry Horse Dam continues to be one of the largest remaining genetically unaltered migratory West Slope cutthroat populations. I'll mention on that, there's Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation puts on a wilderness speaker series, and FWP staff, Leo Rosenthal, put on a really good update on South Fork, kind of the status of fisheries in mainly the South Fork corridor, but the whole Flathead River drainage. Great attendance from the community on that. It was a really good presentation. Regional fish biologists and hatchery managers are partnering this spring to collect donor fish from the watershed to strengthen brood stock genetics and preserve key physical traits. Donor fish from wild populations that undergo rigorous genetic and pathogen screening before they turn those around. So wildlife update. Note on the scoping stuff was just sent out, the schedule for that. So Region 1 is going to have a scoping meeting for fisheries on May 14th at 5:30 p.m. at the Region 1 office. So encourage folks to stay engaged on that and show up to those meetings. Wildlife update. Wildlife biologists are completing their spring green up surveys. They started kind of early this year due to the mild winter. I think those are mostly wrapped up for the area. I think there's still a few, or the aerial surveys are mostly wrapped up. There's still a few surveys on foot. And then likewise, there was another Wilderness Foundation Speaker Series event where local biologist Franz Engelfinger did a presentation on the status of South Fork elk. That was a fantastic presentation. It should be posted online. Encourage folks to go back and look both of those up. Great attendance from the community on that. This is an exciting one. There's an EA for the Upper Thompson Conservation Easement Phase 1 that was released March 13th. Hearing was held March 24th. Public comment closed April 11th. If approved, this conservation easement would protect 34,600 acres and maintain year-round access. Likewise, we're just starting scoping for a Stimson Forest Land Conservation Easement that began on April 1st and will run through April 31st. The project would put a conservation easement on nearly 21,000 acres of timberland. Bears are starting to emerge from dens, and staff are reminded the public to secure any attractants and just be kind of bear aware in Northwest Montana. And then biologists are working with the FWP to the FWP forester to address some extensive tree windfall damage on W and maize from recent winter wind events. I'm going to expand on that a little bit. I think probably a lot of people saw some of the flooding event that took place in Region 1, followed by a bunch of extreme wind events. It's been, I've been trying to be vocal about kind of the hunter crowding issues that we're seeing on the landscape, and I think access is a big part of that. These windstorms that we saw up in Northwest Montana were pretty unprecedented levels of blowdown and whatnot. So there's going to be a lot of roads and trails in Northwest Montana that are going to be very restricted for access for hunting come fall. So I'm a little bit concerned that we're going to be pushing more of the Region 1 hunters out on the rest of the state just due to reduced access. So hopefully that's not lost on the Forest Service, and hopefully there's additional funding or efforts that get pushed the way of the Forest Service to hopefully maintain access to the public land that we do have up there. So that's what I have from Region 1. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, Vern Gagnon, is that how you pronounce it?
Well done, Chair.
All right, Commissioner Gagnon, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Robinson, fellow members of the commission. Region 5 update, met with a couple of groups, actually had phone conversation with Montana Outfitters and Guides Association, 4 individuals, Director Israel, President Paskey, President-elect Vollmer, and Vice President Chris Faber. Met in person with Walleyes Unlimited Billings chapter, as well as representatives from the state chapter. Heard from a number of individuals across the state, really primarily just welcoming me to the commission. Many of them shared concerns about mule deer populations, primarily in districts 5, 6, and 7. Moving on, communication education. Department is planning to host a number of kids fishing days that focus on fish ID and water safety. Those are May 18, 19, 21, 26, 28, and June 2nd in the Billings area. Additionally, Walleyes Unlimited is hosting kids fishing days on May 14, 22, June 5, 17, 18, 20, and 24, as well as Pike Masters of Montana hosting a kids fishing day on June 6. So a lot of opportunity for youth to get out and experience. Department also hosted Hunter Ed Field Day on March 28th, so the end of last month. In the Fisheries Division, the Billings Fisheries crews have been getting out on the Yellowstone River to survey the ling or burbot population. Drought conditions, as expressed by others, are a real concern for Region 5. One of the expectations with Bighorn Reservoir, which is also known as Yellowtail on eastern Region 5, does not expect to reach full pool this year with expected low water conditions on the reservoir. Region 5 fisheries staff hosted the 73rd annual Great Plains Fisheries Workers Association meeting in Billings. Actually had an opportunity to talk with some of them, and they had a great turnout. That attracts fisheries workers from really all over the central U.S. So it's a number of states that come together and collaborate. In Parks and Rec, the Gray Bear Fish Access Site that's near Big Timber, improvements are beginning as soon as possible this spring. Additionally, on Cooney Reservoir south of Laurel, they had some significant shoreline erosion, and that project is underway to repair that, hopefully to be finished by late in June. However, there will be some disruption to camping and some angler access during that process. Additional on Cooney, it was the earliest ice-free condition on record for Cooney in late February, early March. It was ice-free and accessible. In south of Billings, the Blue Creek boat ramp repairs are underway. There was some damage to that over the past couple of years. That sounds like that is nearing completion. Whitebird fishing access, and this is actually an agenda item of ours, the bridge received some damage, which is created structural condition with the bridge itself, which is going to limit some access to the Whitebird area, which does impact some other areas as well for public access. Discussions are ongoing with the Natural Resource and Damage Program regarding the derailment that occurred near Reed Point, in 2023, really to determine what can be done to improve the fishing access construction site that is nearby. So more to come on that after those negotiations take place. In wildlife, the sage grouse population counts and surveys have began early April, so they are just getting started with those. On administration, as that we changed the structure with license availability and move it primarily to online. In the Billings area, there was only 3 areas that were available in person for the public to purchase licenses, and that was at the Shields store, and they have an online kiosk there, Shipton's downtown, and the FWP office at Lake Elmo, Region 5 office. At the Region 5 office, they had additional staff and wardens on hand to help with questions and make sure that folks were able to be served in a timely manner. Report is that actually went pretty well at the region office. On enforcement, just a handful of things there. Region 5 is moving forward with the hiring of a captain position, anticipating a late June or early July start for that position. A number of warden activity in the region, investigating license fraud. One incident investigating license fraud where a non-resident had purchased a resident license. Several violations on Cooney, both through the ice and open water, use of game fish as bait, some violations with waste of game fish, over limit of lines, and a number of fishing without a license. Wardens dealt with some issues of urban wildlife in the Red Lodge area. Also investigating a case of an elk that was harvested out of season and removed the head only and wasted the remainder of the carcass. Wardens are also investigating a number of unlawfully taken deer and elk from last fall, and the investigation is ongoing. Madam Chair, that's my report.
Okay, thank you. For Region 6, I guess I'll start out. I did also talk to houndsmen about the training confusion, I guess, and then I did attend the Breaks Elk Working Group, and I'll start off with the wildlife, and it will kind of cover what we talked about there. Biologists completed the elk survey in Region 6 portion of the Missouri River Breaks in February. Conditions were generally poor to the lack of winter conditions. Total elk numbers remain about half of the population objective. This was discussed. The results were discussed, and potential license reductions will be looked at on that. And then I'm going to go into the whitetail surveys. In Region 6, the total number of deer trend areas decreased to 54% below average, with the HD being the primary driver on the whitetail drop in numbers. So Region 6 is looking at 50%. Well, not all of Region 6, but the breaks area, especially for the elk, 50% of the objective, and the whitetail across Region 6, 54% below average. Spring grouse and mule deer surveys are underway, so I haven't heard what the mule deer surveys. I'm very interested to see how those turn out. Parks and outdoor rec. The region met with the Glasgow City Council to discuss updates to the Glasgow shooting range. Paddlefish tags are being sold without a hard tag. Anglers have the option to use the e-tag, just like for deer, elk, or a paper tag option. The annual walleye spawn is beginning at Fort Peck Reservoir. This endeavor supplies the eggs and some subsequent fry and fingerlings for the state's stocking needs. Under communication and education, numerous school classes, events, field days, and fishing days, and more are filling up our spring. Hunter and bow hunter education classes and field days are being held across the region. So that wraps up my Region 6 report. And we will start out, we're gonna actually turn it over to Jeff. Jeff's going to, do you want to kind of cover what your current position is too? And then, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, thanks. I'm sitting in for Director Clark today, in my capacity as Deputy Director, but I'm also Chief Legal Counsel back to being Chief Legal Counsel. So I'm here with Deputy hat on today. And we'll be deputy for a while. We're kind of on the long range plan is to get a new Deputy Director in place, but in the meantime, Director was gracious enough to let me go back to being Chief Legal Counsel. Just the price I pay is being both for now. So, yeah, just a couple kind of high level things on the statewide basis to Vice Chair Walsh's point and a couple other comments. One of the things we want to get out there and can't emphasize enough is the upcoming meetings on both revisions to the statewide fisheries management plan and the scope and gather public comment on the fisheries regulation set that will come later this year. And each of you mentioned that those were upcoming in your regions. They're going to start in Glasgow, Region 6 on May 6th. And they'll finish in Missoula, the in-person ones, on May 21st in Region 2. So in between that time, there'll be an in-person meeting in every one of the regions. These dates and times will go up on the commission website and the department website today. And then the final, there'll be 2 statewide virtual meetings on May 26th, one at noon, one in the evening. So again, to your point, Vice Chair Walsh, can't emphasize enough for folks to get involved in those on the front end and to see what's out there and have a role in that scoping process for particularly the fishing reg set, but also for the revisions to the statewide fisheries management plan. Also to Vice Chair Walsh's comment as well, our fisheries division administrator, Adam Strainer's here if you have any, kind of more focused questions, but to get out again in front of the topic of what we might be looking at this summer as far as drought conditions in the fisheries. You may all recall that process, the drought coordination calls will begin next month and they will run weekly into September. Those calls include headquarters fishery staff, our fishery managers at the region, water program staff, ComEd, and our data services folks. You all as commissioners are invited to be a part of those calls and we'll make sure your regional fish managers are, connected with all of you at any time and to keep you updated on those changing conditions because as you know, your authority as a commission does involve working with the department to implement whatever kind of angling restrictions or full closures, may be necessary to protect the fisheries when we get high angling pressure, low flow, high water temperatures. Any of those have the potential to increase fish mortality. And the implementation of those closures or restrictions only occur with the approval of the director and the commissioner in whose region that particular restriction or closure is being implemented. As you all know, as having gone through this before, the implementation of those restrictions and closures really is ultimately related to water temperatures, flow, and just a deliberation on what the current forecasted weather looks like, angling pressure, potential for displacing anglers, and ultimately all the conditions that, could contribute to excessive fish mortality. So if you have any specific questions about how the process works or anything along those lines, Adam can, is available here to answer any questions. But I think, as I think all of us have observed last year, we got some rain and cooler weather patterns that probably made things look different than they would have otherwise, at least relative to the flow and snowpack conditions. So if we don't get that kind of similar, benefit out of that weather pattern, then things could just look a lot tougher this year. So on the parks outdoor rec side, statewide, just a reminder, our access staff are here at headquarters and out across the region are back out there working again on all the access agreements with landowners. Applications still coming in for elk hunting access agreements, working out, getting our block agreements in place. Commissioner Burrow mentioned the landowner and block cooperator appreciation dinners. I mean, those are really tremendous events. And, I wasn't involved in anybody come back and to hear the numbers of folks at those events who are 30-year partners, been with the program since the very beginning. It's pretty, I mean, it is one of the things I will tell you in my capacity as deputy and attending some of these other, national or particularly regional meetings with other departments that our access program and what we have in Montana is pretty special compared to what other states have. And so I think it's a testament to our landowner cooperator community, but also to the staff that get out there and maintain those relationships and help build those. Also on the park side, our maintenance staff are already out there hitting the ground on getting the fishing access sites and all the maintenance work that has to go into place to get those all ready for all of us to use, so it was characterized as the early onset of spring, but it was probably as much the absence of any real winter that has people out there hitting those spots real quick. And a lot of the work there, we kind of take it for granted, goes unnoticed for the folks that get out there and keep those sites available for all of us. So just wanted to give those folks a shout out. I also had a quick reminder from the parks folks that Lewis and Clark Caverns is going to start offering the cave tours on May 1st, but they're from Memorial Day to Labor Day. It's an online reservation system only to control the flow there. So for folks to, be aware of that it's not a drive up and go opportunity during that peak season for the cave tours. You all mentioned on your, regional reports, the survey work, and our biologists and aviation unit are up and working hard on those. Other wildlife piece, the grizzly bears are now out and becoming more active. And we've already had a few bear livestock conflicts along the front and elsewhere in the NCDE. A couple real quick enforcement highlights. Recently secured a conviction in Sanders County for an individual involved in unlawfully killing a black bear, sow, or cub. Ordered to pay over $8,200 in fines and restitution, suspension, revocation of privileges for 8.5 years. And that particular individual, another suspect, are still facing felony charges in Flathead County for some other alleged violations. Also recently secured a conviction here in Lewis and Clark County for an individual involved in illegal transport and hunting of animals across the state. That individual was ordered to pay over $20,000 in fines and restitution and had the suspension of privileges for over 10 years. Just a real quick final note on our admin division here in Helena. Our folks, our federal program folks, what we call our wildlife and sport fish restorations, WISFR, our federal program, they hosted a regional meeting with their peers up in Whitefish. Our federal program staff is one of, many of our kind of hidden crown jewels of the organization, and particularly Adam Brooks. And it was that group of these folks and his peers that they hosted up in Whitefish on April 7th through 9th. They were able to take them out to Wild Horse Island to see the bighorn sheep and have get a sense of the Flathead Reservation wildlife management structure as well. Super. So a shout out to the Region 1 folks for the support they provided for that. And then just from a staffing point, to your point, Chair Robinson, Kevin, as you recall, Kevin Reckoff, our former Deputy Chief Legal Counsel, he's now fully up and running as our Chief of Operations, and very, very fortunate that Alex Scolavino is going to be our Deputy Chief Legal Counsel now. He is. And for a new commissioner, and I know all of you know, he's been a huge resource for all of you guys, and we're fortunate to have him continue to be available to us in that new capacity and support just you as commissioners in the department as well. And then just a real quick final note, successful big game drawing yesterday, and my only metric for success is that Ms. Cooper is still in the room at work today. That's all that mattered to me, so it went fine. Just real quick numbers. For this year, out of 17,000 big game combos, we had about 11,985 of the combos issued. So that left 5,011 of the orphan deer, which by virtue then of the commission's action means that's down to about 2,500 orphan deer tags available. 878 landowner-sponsored combo licenses, which left about 1,120 unclaimed landowner-sponsored. So that total on the deer side, then you had your 4,600 general, 1,100 unclaimed, and the 2,500 orphan puts about 8,200 general deer combo, non-resident combos on the landscape. Compared to last year, we had a little bit, you had 10,440. So you're right in that 2,500 range of what the commission's action would have drawn back. It's slightly, slightly fewer big game combo applicants, slightly more elk combo only applicants and, issued, and slightly less landowner sponsored. So we had a little more unclaimed there. But Ms. Cooper, like I said, thankfully, Ms. Cooper's here and happy to answer any technical questions on the drawing side, but that's all I have, Chair.
Thank you. I guess I'm gonna, I know Emily is putting together a report for us, and my question to you guys would be, do you want to have like a special meeting, like a Zoom to go over that report, or do you want to put it as part of one of our meetings? So if you could kind of give me your feedback on that. If we do it via Zoom, we could probably spend a little bit more time to dig into the, all the data. And so I guess I'm kind of leaning towards that, probably just to make sure that we have enough time. And I want to do it early enough, way before season setting, so we can absorb it and ask lots of questions. But, okay.
I vote for Zoom.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Same.
Yeah. Okay.
Soon.
Yeah. So Emily, if you wouldn't mind, we'll set that up sometime, and it's not a big hurry. Once you get some sleep, and then you get, get your, yeah, right. Yeah.
Me too.
So I also want to thank all the staff. I know there's not a lot of staff here, but hopefully everybody online. There's a lot of interaction between we're separate entities between the commission and the agency, but we have to work together, and we just appreciate everything that you guys do. And thank you for everything. All right, we're going to jump into fisheries, please. It's green on the top if it's on. So,
Okay.
Yep.
Chair Robinson, members of the commission, my name is Andrew Gillum, spelled Gilham, and I am FWP's Fisheries Management Bureau Chief. I'm bringing forward our 2026 fish removal projects for your consideration. These projects address unauthorized introductions, protect at-risk native fish, and maintain appropriate angling opportunities for the public. So far, we have 4 projects in 2026 to add to the list contained in Appendix A of the Statewide Fisheries Management Plan. Region 1 has 2 projects. The first removal, McGinnis Creek, where we propose 2 years of rotenone treatments to remove hybrid trout and then restock with Aboriginal West Slope cutthroat from a nearby watershed, helping improve the distribution and genetic integrity of West Slope cutthroat in the North Fork of the Flathead. The second removal is an unnamed pond near Upper Noxon Reservoir, where we propose eradicating an unauthorized goldfish population to prevent escapement into the lower Clark Fork River. Region 3 has 1 project, Mono Creek, in the Upper Big Hole, where we plan to install a barrier and use rotenone over 2 years to remove hybridized trout, then repopulate the reach with salvaged Aboriginal West Slope from within that drainage. Lastly, Region 4 has 1 project, Maiden Spring Pond, where we propose removing an unauthorized northern pike population, then restocking the pond with trout to eliminate downstream predation risk on the native fish assemblage and restore a more appropriate fishery. The MIPA process is complete for all 4 projects, and decision notices have been posted on our website. These projects reduce invasive species and hybridization threats, support native fish conservation, and maintain appropriate angling opportunities. Thank you for considering our 2026 fish removal projects.
Are there any questions, or I'd entertain a motion?
I have one. Andrew, welcome. Really pleased that you've joined the staff of FWP. My question was just on the fish barrier that's being installed in Mono Creek. Can you just comment on what the barrier is and when you estimate it'll be installed?
I don't know if, there, somebody from Region 3 might know that information. I believe it's a concrete barrier. And I assume it's going in this year if we're doing a treatment this year. Yeah.
Region 3, are you on?
Chair Robinson, Commissioner Walsh, thanks for the questions. For these smaller streams, we typically use the smaller wooden structures that we can construct quickly and have a slightly shorter lifespan, but are much cheaper and cost effective on these smaller streams. They would be constructed immediately. I think one's already in. And treatments would start this year and occur for 2 consecutive years in most cases.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the fish removal projects proposed for 2026.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Andrew, if you wouldn't mind, just on the project on Maiden Spring Pond, you mentioned the species of special concern that's at risk due to the downstream potential. Can you identify which species that is?
I think those are the kind of the prairie fish that would be at risk to predation from northern pike. So I think it's the mussel shell. I don't know if they're worried about escapement. Region 4 fish manager would probably have a better idea of the specific risk of northern pike escapement.
Would you like Region 4 to?
If they're available.
Yep. Region 4, are you available?
Yeah, we're available. Yeah, downstream species identified in that drainage were grassy minnow, fathead minnow, brook trout, lake chub, long-nosed stays, northern red belly days, and then the fine scale hybrids. So concern would be for the northern red belly days and then the fine scale hybrid.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the motion? Eric, can you change the view so I can see?
Bennett, can we have the view that shows the attendees, please?
Okay, Mr. Lucas, if you want to go ahead, please. Just a reminder, today it's a 2-minute maximum time limit.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Wonderful. Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning. My name is Jeff Lucas, spelled L-U-K-A-S, representing Trout Unlimited and Montana Trout Unlimited. I'd first like to take a moment to welcome Commissioner Gagnon. We appreciate the expertise and background that you bring to the table, and we really look forward to working with you. TU and MTU rise in support of all 4 fish removal projects before you today. TU supports FWP's efforts to remove invasive species where they threaten Montana's world-class fisheries, particularly when the goal is to restore or support our native fish species. The fish removal projects in the mussel shell and lower Clark Fork drainages are important for keeping invasive species from overtaking popular local fishing areas and to keep those invasive species from flourishing. I think we can all agree that goldfish do not belong in our waters. The other 2 proposed projects in the Big Hole and flathead drainages support native west slope cutthroat populations. FWP has determined that native cutthroat trout are a fish of special concern and has put together, in our opinion, a solid strategy for keeping current populations healthy and expanding the range where possible. TU and MTU commend the agency's efforts to protect and grow our state fish's habitat and populations. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this issue, and we urge the commission to support alternative A. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Bias, please.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, my name is Mike Bias, B-I-A-S. I'm the Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana, and just here to strongly support the fish removal projects brought forth by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. These types of projects are critical in conserving our native fishery species, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Kevin Farron, please.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, my name is Kevin Farron, Farron, and I'm the Conservation Director for the Montana Wildlife Federation. First, it's nice to virtually meet you, Commissioner Gagnon. Thank you for stepping up and congratulations on your appointment. We look forward to working with you. Simply put, we support the outlined fish removal projects and barriers aimed at benefiting native fish and sport fish populations by eliminating illegally introduced northern pike and non-native goldfish, and by segregating native trout populations to prevent any hybridization. We thank the department for bringing these projects forward and ask the commission to approve these fish removal projects for 2026. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone in any of the regional offices who would like to comment? We can kind of hear a voice coming from somewhere. Okay, all right. It doesn't look like, I'll give one more chance to anybody present who would like to comment. Okay. Any further questions? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. Mr. McDonald.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Ken McDonald here. I'm the Chief of the Wildlife Division with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Our first topic today is requesting approval on the Donny Lake Forest Habitat Improvement Project. This is a proposed forest management project on the Blackfoot Clearwater Wildlife Management Area in Region 2. The project consists of a number of management units totaling about 1,136 acres on the wildlife management area. The proposal is to on those management units do a number of forest management projects that include logging, thinning, prescribed fire, road improvements, and then rehab efforts after the project's done. The objectives include enhancing habitat and forage for about 500 migratory elk and 200 mule deer, and improve the tree species composition and structure. We also have a statutory requirement to address fuel loading and susceptibility to wildfires and beetle kills and other insect infestations. So that's all part of the objectives of this project. The project went through some significant public process. There was a lot of interest in this one. We started in 2021. We did a checklist EA that raised some concerns that elevated it to doing a standard EA. We've completed that, tried to address the public comments where we could. And based on the analysis of the project and the benefits that we think it brings, we signed a decision notice on that EA supporting the management alternative. And today we're asking you and recommending you approve it as well.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner?
I move that Fish Wildlife Commission approve the Donny Lake Forest Habitat Improvement Project as proposed.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Lane.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke.
can, when we didn't get any public comments on the commission's part of it, what kind of public, were you getting opposition, support? What were you guys hearing?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brooke, initially there was opposition to it based on concerns about old growth forest and endangered species, things like that. A lot of the same things our federal counterparts get in a lot of their forest management projects. So that's why we went to the more extensive environmental assessment process. We tried to address the concerns and how we think this will ultimately benefit wildlife and the forest management there. We did do consultation with Fish and Wildlife Service, and they concurred that there was no jeopardy type impact to endangered species. So moved on. The other types of comments to the EA were things like you need to do a better job of describing the species composition. You need to do a better job of describing where these roads are, things like that. So a lot of clarification type questions.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. Is the thinning contracted, or do you guys have forestry people that do it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brick, we have a forester who puts the projects together, and then the work is all contracted out.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, Chair.
Commissioner Wargo?
Thank you, Chair. Ken, I got a question. So you guys did a pretty extensive elk collaring project on Blackfoot Clearwater here a while back, correct? After the Rice Ridge fire. I think something to tie into this, I think these sorts of habitat enhancement projects are, from what I've seen following these types of projects around as a hunter, they seem to provide a huge benefit to wildlife. I think it would be really cool to maybe see a part 2 study to that project, post-treatment here to see how, elk are utilizing these landscapes, post-treatment. Not only that, I think we're seeing some, being familiar with that area, I think we're seeing some really large habitat scale changes. That Rice Ridge fire, what was it, 140,000 acres, or it was big. And there was, very heavy utilization of elk after that fire. Now we're, over 10 years post fire, seeing a lot of blowdown, seeing a lot of thick regeneration, whatnot. And it would be, I think it would be very advantageous to know how the elk are utilizing both of these treatment type areas after the fact. Just it'd be a cool part 2 study, obviously, budget constraints and everything else, but.
Thank you, Commissioner Wargo. And we do have some information Kelly Prophet did on some elk studies looking at post-fire use by elk and the nutrition of the plants that are coming back. And so there's some pretty good information on that. And what they found is almost what you said, is like for the first 5 to 10 years post-fire, the nutrition and the use by elk is almost comparable to like an alfalfa field. And then the succession starts happening, and the nutrition wanes and the elk wane some on that, but it open up that forest canopy does create a lot of nutrition and forage for elk and deer that gets used.
Yeah, for sure. I think that be concerned about a little bit of a loss of habitat occurring now with, once it starts to regenerate, grow up with lodgepole, and, you'd have a lot of, the matchstick, pickup stick blow down. So be interesting to see how they're utilizing that landscape now.
Thank you.
Any further, Commissioner Rose?
Just a comment that opposition to especially federal lands projects. The narrative is by that opposition that this is going to be devastating for endangered species and the wildlife habitat there. And I hope at some point the department can either get involved or add capacity to be able to get involved in those, because I think that's a major piece. We're always fighting just from the forest health, the insect disease, unhealthy, unsustainable forest with high fire risk. I think we need that counter narrative to forest projects equal irreversible damage to the environment to animal habitat, because I just don't think that's true in a lot of cases. And if we could get the department helping our Forest Service partners, I think that'd be very beneficial to add that counter narrative to the opposition, which again is always detriment to animal habitat.
All right. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the motion? Anyone in the regional offices? I don't see any hands raised. One more chance. Any other questions? Oh,
Madam
that's-
Chair, it looked like Jeff Dara had his hand up.
Oh, sure. I don't know why you weren't at the top. Okay, go ahead, Jeff, please.
Yeah, this is Jeff Dara, Darrah, and today I represent Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. I would like to say that a couple of our members from our organization took a tour of this project with FWP and their forester. And I believe that day we had about 10 or 15 other entities there on that tour. It was a great process to go through that and talk to the forester on what they were going to do and why they were going to do it. There is an old growth stand of ponderosa pine in there that is really something to see. I also hunt this area, and we strongly support this project. FWP's done a fantastic job at looking at this and wanting to make it better for the neighbors and the land and the wildlife. So we strongly support it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, just a reminder for those, we haven't had a meeting for a while, so just raise your hand if you want to speak. That way I can call on you. Okay. Not seeing any other commenters, any other questions from the commission? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, Spotted Dog, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, our next item is we're looking for approval of a grazing lease renewal on Spotted Dog Wildlife Management Area. This project is a renewal of a grazing lease on the WMA. It'd be for an 8-year period. Typically, we don't bring renewals to you unless there are changes. This one has some changes, so that's why it's before you. The project itself is an exchange of use agreement with a neighboring landowner that includes 3,600 acres of the wildlife management area and 2,100 acres of the adjoining private land. By exchange of use, we mean that there's no cash payment for the lease. He's the private landowner. In exchange for using RWMA is then adopting a management plan on his private land that's beneficial for wildlife as well as his operation. So some of those changes from the previous lease we're adding 800 acres, and that's primarily just to help make the whole system work better. We're shifting to a regenerative grazing system where there's a short-term intensive grazing on about a quarter of the WMA during the growing season. So about 800 acres or 900 acres per year will get grazed and then not grazed again for 4 years on the WMA. On the private land, he will graze half of that 2,100 acres in the after seed ripe into the winter, and then rest the other half. So every other year it's rested. So the regenerative piece is new, and then to help manage that regenerative piece, we're going to use virtual fencing. So instead of standard wire fencing, we'll have this virtual fencing to help manage the location of the cows, and that'll help with that regenerative grazing system. Then one other bonus of this project is the landowner additionally will allow public hunting access on the 2,100 acres that are included in the grazing system. So with that, we're looking for your approval of continuing this lease with this landowner for an 8-year period with this new structure.
Is there any of spotted dog that's not ever grazed, or is it all utilized just in a rotational grazing?
Madam Chair, I think this portion right now is the only part that's grazing. I'm gonna look at my habitat chief. So right now, this is it. There is a working group that's continuing to look at, whether other opportunities are for grazing. When we acquired this land, it had been grazed pretty hard. So part of it is let it come back and then figure out what's the best approach.
But it's been several years since it was acquired, right?
Yeah.
Any questions? I'd entertain a motion.
Sure.
Questions?
Oh, yep. You have a question?
I think there are probably several. I have a couple. One is, along with the virtual fencing project, will existing fencing be removed?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Walsh, there's some fencing being removed that wasn't needed in the current setup, and that's kind of going to be as we proceed with management of that. So it's not like where this was, there's not fencing involved when we added this grazing, and we didn't want to put fencing in. So the virtual fencing was the alternative to that.
Is there a timeline with the owner to buy the virtual fencing products?
I'm going to look to Ken Plord here, who's my habitat chief. So underway now, he says.
In conjunction with signing of this lease? Okay, great. I'm sure others have questions.
Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Wargo.
Question thank you, Chair. On the virtual fencing, are we providing like some sort of incentive or offset for this rancher to employ this virtual?
Would you mind just coming up to the mic to answer some questions?
So
please?
Ken Plord is our Habitat Bureau chief that's been working with the region on this. So,
Chair, Commissioner Wargo, my name is Ken Plord, Plourde. I'm the Wildlife Habitat Bureau chief. Can you repeat that question again?
I was just curious, this leasee is employing this virtual fencing technology. I'm just kind of curious if the department is like trying to, incentivize this, or if we're giving them any sort of.
I want to say in this particular lease, no, we are working on some different standards to do that across different properties and private lands moving forward. But I can look to our habitat biologist in Region 6, our statewide biologist, if he says I'm wrong, but I believe not in this context, no.
Gotcha. I think that might be something to, obviously this is a new, kind of new to me, emerging technology. I see that like there's a lot of benefit to, get in high intensity, short duration, get that, overgrowth grazed off, and then, get off the landscape. I know I've hunted this area quite a bit, and it's pretty wild to see how far the elk will move to go. There's knee-high grass in the timber and whatnot in their bedding areas, and they don't touch that. But at night they're moving long distances to go take advantage of this already grazed stuff. So I think it's probably under recognized the benefits to elk that appropriate grazing practices interject on the landscape. So it'll be really interesting to see how this all works out, and it'd be cool to probably incentivize leases to maybe employ this sort of stuff to, maximize the benefit of these WMAs to the wildlife that we're trying to help out. So thank you.
So can you answer my question? What's a percentage of the acreage that's being grazed on the spotted dog?
So overall, spotted dogs around 37,000 acres. This exchange of use agreement covers 3,600, so
Okay,
less
10%.
than 10%. And of that, in a given year, we graze about 1/4, and then it gets rested.
Of that 10%.
Of that 10%, only 1/4 gets grazed in a particular year.
Okay. Did you guys have questions, or did you just turn your mics on?
Another one. Do you have a question, Jeff?
Madam Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Gagnon.
Yeah, I just want to applaud the landowner's use of the virtual fencing and the cooperation with the department. I actually think that the benefit of not using hardwire fencing or electric fencing will be a real significant benefit to the wildlife and also a model for the future.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke.
I move the commission approve FWP's proposed 8-year exchange of use grazing lease with Dan McQuarrie on the Spotted Dog Wildlife Management Area as presented.
Second.
Who seconded it? Okay, Commissioner Wargo, thank you.
I do have another question.
Yep, go ahead.
Ken, can you just comment on the hunting rights that the public will have on the private land?
I'll look to Region 2 Wildlife Manager comment specifically on how that exchange occurs and how that's managed.
I don't see Region 2. Oh, there we go. Did you hear the question?
Yeah, Chair Robinson, members of the commission, Liz Bradley, I'm the wildlife manager in Region 2. So we do require public hunting access as a condition of doing an exchange of use agreement. But a little more detail about that is this isn't an exchange of grass, of fish and wildlife habitat for public hunting access. Instead, it's more instead a plan to jointly manage fish and wildlife habitat across property boundaries with public hunting access as a matter of qualification for that. So any partner producers who enter into these EOU agreements, they must allow sufficient access to their private land for public hunters to provide the hunting pressure during the general season needed to aid in meeting our big game population objectives for the affected area. So because of that, that can change over time as the big game numbers fluctuate. So to be clear, there's no requirement to allow wide open public access, but some of that is at the discretion of the producer.
Yeah, follow. Nope. Okay. All right. Any further questions? Is there anyone in attendance who would like to comment? Is there anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay, I will start with Jasper Blanchett, please.
Hi there. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good morning, commissioners. I just wanted to, well, first off, my name is Jasper Blanchett, Blanchettt. I want to thank you guys for taking the time to hear my opinion today. I wanted to talk a little bit about this tentative monitoring strategy that's proposed at the Spotted Dog. The Spotted Dog Wildlife Management Area's current management plan and the proposed grazing lease renewal focuses monitoring of efforts on elk and deer in their winter range, as well as migratory bird habitat. These are important species, but this narrow focus leaves significant gaps in our understanding of how the broader wildlife community responds to regenerative grazing practices and climate change over time. Without broader wildlife data, I believe the commission cannot fully evaluate whether this agreement is achieving its broader ecosystem goals or whether adjustments are needed during the lease period. I would like to urge the commission to include a condition in the lease renewal requiring the deployment of motion-activated trail cameras across the grazing treatment. Specifically, I propose cameras that capture time-stamped photos for animal movement year round. This photo collection system would give fish, wildlife, and parks and the public a transparent, evidence-based record of how regenerative grazing affects the full spectrum of wildlife throughout the spotted dog, and ensures accountability over the 8-year lease term. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys for your time.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, Dara, please.
Yes, yes, Commissioner. This is Jeff Dara, Dearrah, with Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. And we support this grazing lease with Rancher Dan McQuarrie. We think it's a great model of how the department can work together with a landowner for the benefit of wildlife. And it does open some access that maybe wasn't there before. So we strongly support this grazing agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Kevin Farren, please.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, Kevin Farren again with the Montana Wildlife Federation. First, we thank the department for their hard work on this, the transparency and willingness to include groups like ours and our affiliates in field trips to all have a clear understanding of the on-the-ground realities of this project. While we appreciate the neighborly intent of this private-public partnership and the potential benefits of carefully monitored rotational grazing, specifically, we're excited about the use of virtual fencing. We do have some concerns. As a reminder, WMAs are primarily funded by sportsmen for the benefit of wildlife. There may be resource benefits to grazing for sure, but it's also been identified as a leading contributor to degraded range health and also the spread of invasive species. We are concerned that this free annual grazing may create an expectation and a reliance for private commercial use. In other words, it kind of feels like since this has already been established, it's a foregone conclusion that this will be approved and will continue regardless of if the range goals are being met or not. The previous goals weren't met, and here we are again. We'd like to see not just clear monitoring framework for both the rested and grazed pastures, which this does provide, but with specific committed actions based on the ecological findings and if anticipated results are or are not being met. The same way we demand public hunters to behave themselves when hunting private lands, we just want to see FWP hold free commercial users of FWP lands accountable for resource damages and strict agreement compliance. Finally, what does the public get in return for allowing this free grazing on the WMA? Two things. Liz can correct me, Ms. Bradley can correct me, but it does seem like we're trading public grass for wintering elk habitat. But we've been told that due to milder winters, the elk may not even be using these neighboring lands. So we just want to make sure we're double checking on that. And then secondly, we do get public hunting access on private lands in theory, but first come, first served permissions with no oversight from FWP is less than ideal and certainly not in the nature of true equitable public access. Instead, we would encourage FWP to adopt a requirement like type 2 controlled access for block management.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commenters? Are there any further questions from the commission? Commissioner Wargo?
I have a question. Maybe this would be for Ms. Bradley. Do we know, does the department have some collars on elk in this area so we can kind of assess how this is?
Yeah, Chair Robinson, Commissioner Wargo, Liz Bradley, again, thanks for the opportunity to answer that. So actually, we are planning a research project on spotted dog. We've gotten it approved through our internal research prioritization process because we want to study the effects of our grazing program on elk and other big game. And so we are currently putting together a proposal to buy some radio collars. We're kind of fundraising right now and getting the specifics lined out about the funding, but we're hoping to start this winter collaring elk on spotted dog. So we are pretty excited about that opportunity to learn more.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it'd be pretty cool with the virtual fence technology to be able to move cattle around and see, see how the elk are responding and the other wildlife on the landscape. I mean, I think there's, it's no secret in Montana. I mean, most hunters are trying to follow fence lines in Montana, you know, trying to shoot elk off fence lines, et cetera, because I think in general, you know, the elk are using the private landscape at, you know, higher frequency. And I think that's a lot due to, you know, the grazing practices that the private folks employ. Obviously, there are limitations to that. You can have too much of a good thing and you can overgraze. So, you know, we don't want to go there, but I think, you know, there can be a lot of benefits to this. So it's good to see. I mean, I do appreciate, you know, Mr. Farron's comment on, you know, the access portion of this. You know, it would be nice to see, you know, something written down. I mean, if they have an idea on what their access, what type of access they'd be providing, that, you know, that type 2 program does provide a lot of flexibility to landowners. So that'd be cool to get something on paper. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh, Commissioner Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just gonna kind of put this in. I use virtual fencing on my ranch, and it is a game changer for pasture management and range management. And going back to as far as funding sources, there are companies out there and that, or I shouldn't say companies, but funds out there for people who want to use this. And part of that most of them are requiring is a grazing management plan. So, and it's an intensive plan that you have to basically come through and monitor on a regular basis all of your grasslands and to make sure that you are not overgrazing this. And I'm sure, you know, so for those of you, if they want to incorporate some of these additional funds, it's available, but you're going to have to do some work, which to me, if we're improving the environment, it's all that much better for both the livestock as well as the wildlife. So I think this virtual fencing is a game changer for moving forward from here.
Commissioner Brooks.
Madam Chair, thank you. It's an 8-year grazing lease. So what happens if the rancher sells his ranch next year? Does the lease part of is it a deed restriction? I mean, or can he sell that? Can that be part of the sale of it? Is it he's saying, I have 7 years left on this grazing lease, or do you have to re-up it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Brook, if he were to sell it, because the lease is with that individual, so we would negotiate with the new landowner.
So it's non-transferable. I mean.
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
So are all of these leases on the WMAs non-transferable in all cases?
That's my understanding, yes. And you know, they all have a, you know, limited duration. 8 years is the longest one I think we've done. And that's probably just because it's in 4-year cycle. So that would get us two rotations.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Walsh, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a comment. I like Mr. Blanchett's suggestion, and while I'm not prepared to offer an amendment, I would encourage the department, Ms. Bradley and others to think about putting up game cameras.
Any other comments? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right, thank you, Ken. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name's Brian Wakeling. I serve as the Chief of the Game Management for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. We've got 3 items for you this morning. The first one up is a discussion on the migratory bird regulations for 26-27. So that'll be that it's a single year, it's not a biennium, but it crosses the calendar year. Essentially, the recommendation that you have before you, they're pretty detailed. There's a lot of information here. I'm not going to go through every bit of it in detail, but we certainly have staff ready to respond to any specific questions you might have. Migratory game birds are governed by another layer of regulation, if you will. We have to address this concept known as federal frameworks. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service develops those frameworks, and it is done through the various flyways. Montana has 2 flyways. Ken McDonald is our council representative to the Pacific Flyway. I'm the representative to the council for the Central Flyway. We also have 2 staff that serve on the technical committee. Claire Gower serves that role for the Pacific Flyway. Faye McNew is our waterfowl biologist. She does that for the Central Flyway. Faye is on the line today to help us address any specific questions that you might have. So with these federal frameworks, there are some limitations on what the commission can choose to do. For instance, for the most part, depending upon where the flyway surveys land, we have the ability to address different season lengths. And for the most part, we think about most of our ducks. We've got 107-day season length. That's something that we can address, but we can't exceed the 107 days. The commission can certainly be more restrictive. Similarly, there's bag limits in place that are set by the frameworks. We can certainly be more conservative, but we can't exceed the frameworks that are in place there. Essentially, all of the recommendations that you see before you here today are largely identical to what we've seen last year. There are 2 additions, and one is we're recommending expanding sandhill crane hunting in Hunting District 39001. That's the LPT into the Lewis and Clark County, and there's a modest increase in the sandhill license permit types 39001 based on that. So sandhill cranes seem to be doing well. Our harvest in the past, and some of these changes that we've got with where we can open these crane hunts, and because of some of the changes that actually cross those flyways, also require the adoption by the federal, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the process of doing that. The department's recommending an increase in the bag limit in sandhill crane hunting in 28001. What we're recommending is going from 1 sandhill to 2 cranes, looking for consistency across our hunting districts. Again, sandhill crane populations seem to be doing well. One thing I would mention, it gets a little confusing at times. Currently, there is a spring light goose order open. So if someone within the Central Flyway wishes to pursue a light goose during the conservation order, that season's open right now, and we're not asking the commission to address that one. However, a year from now, we are asking for reauthorization of that light goose conservation order, and that's part of the recommendation before you. Also remind the commission that they addressed zones and splits at this time last year because we had to get that incorporated into that federal framework process. And so there are some limitations on what the commission can address as far as zones and splits go. But those were addressed a year ago, and those are going to be incorporated as part of the package going forward. Be happy to try to address any questions, or if you got any tough questions, we'll ask Faye.
Any questions? Commissioner Walsh?
Brian, we had several comments in the public comments on matching up Zone 1 with Zone 2 and including a split in Zone 1. Can you comment on that?
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Walsh. So when we went through this exercise last year, looking at where we wanted to recommend changes, we actually did a survey, and we also conducted some public meetings where we reached out and we went to some of the locations, 3 different locations within the state, and took input on it and tried to look for how we could possibly accommodate as many folks as possible. What we've seen in our surveys in 2020 and the survey we did in 2024, there was not a majority of hunters that responded to those surveys that wanted to see those shifts. We asked some specific questions in there. We are limited by what we can do with the splits that we've already, or not the splits so much, but the zones. What counties, you may recall that 2 counties, Stillwater being one of them, I think Sweetgrass was another. We moved those from one zone into zone 2. But we can't really change those anymore. But we do have some flexibility with changing season dates. But what we've seen based on our surveys is a majority of the folks that responded don't necessarily advocate for that. We often see comments come in following, like this year was an extremely mild winter. And so oftentimes we see, people respond to what they just experienced. And while the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is really good at telling us what just happened and why they think it happened, they were horrible at telling us what's going to happen next year. So we can't really tailor our seasons quite as well as we'd like. If you got more detailed questions, I'm sure Faye could respond to that.
Commissioner Gagnon.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Wakeling, a question, and I don't think that the commission has authority over license fees, but a question as to the last time that the license fees were adjusted. This doesn't appear to be a change in license fee from last year.
It is. It is a change in fee from last year.
It is, okay, thank you.
But yes, you're correct on the authority rests with the legislature on that.
Any other questions? I would entertain a motion.
Chair. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the 2026-2027 migratory game bird seasons as presented by the department, including expanding open areas for sandhill, crane, LPT 390-01, with all other aspects regarding prior seasons adopted, except for those influenced by routine calendar rotations.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Brooke. Any other questions before we go out to comment? Is there anyone present who would like to comment? Anyone in the regional offices who would like to comment? I see no hands raised. I'll give you just a couple seconds to raise your hand if there's someone online. Okay. One more chance. Did you have any? Okay. With no further questions, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Big orange sheet.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, Brian Wakeling, Chief of Game. The department is requesting that the commission approve a bighorn sheep transplant. This is a within the Madison mountain range. We're looking for essentially a 10-year period of time in which time we would move up to, I believe it's 150 bighorn sheep. What we want to do, we have bighorn sheep that are resident in the northern portion of the range, and we have bighorn sheep that are resident within the southern portion of the range. What we're looking, and this is part of an ongoing research effort as well, and so any animals that we move, we're planning to move them from the southern portion of the range and move them into the central portion of the range. What we're hoping to do is be able to establish a kind of a full range occupation there. This is something that's been worked on, and Region 3 has worked really hard. They've completed an EA on this. Very thorough, very well supported. And we anticipate that over the course of 10 years, we will be able to complete this. We can't tell you exactly when we're going to move or how many we're going to move in any given year. What we're looking to do is when that southern range is in good condition, being able to take the surplus from that population and relocate that. And that essentially concludes my presentation on that. Certainly be glad to try to address any questions, or I'm sure Region 3 can answer any of the detailed questions.
Any questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke?
I just wanted to make a comment. Big shout out to Julie Cunningham and Warren Hansen and their work, tireless work on this project. And the success of it is pretty incredible. So big kudos to those area biologists and the regional biologist.
Commissioner Wargo?
Yeah, quick question. Brian, thank you, Chair. I guess, yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's, this isn't a tomorrow thing, but I guess, regarding, we're going to have our lion season setting coming up, based off of the last sheep relocation project, pretty heavy lion predation. Has there been any outreach or effort, kind of talking? I mean, I know there's concerns from the hound hunting community that lion populations, might be a little bit suppressed, but I do know that most sheep habitat is tough. We're not driving roads up in those areas and whatnot. So, it's been a little bit more difficult to get the targeted lion removals. Is there much of a preparatory kind of outreach that's taken place or whatever? So just to kind of try to make sure that we don't, introduce a vulnerable population or.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, to answer your question, yes, there have been some conversations specifically with some of the sportsmen's groups that do support some of the restoration efforts. There isn't any specific commitment at this point in time from any group that is going to necessarily focus harvest efforts on mountain lions within the area. But it is an ongoing point of conversation. One of the other things that we've noticed over time is if you, and it's hard to demonstrate a real, how much the effect is. But what we've seen is if you move sheep from a population where lions are present and release them in a place where lions are present, they're not naive to the effect of that. And what we're seeing throughout most of this mountain range is that the sheep populations are doing well. And so I think that, we're not talking about a radically different piece of country. This is kind of all part of the same area. And so we would anticipate that we'd probably see something similar in the release site. But anytime you release an animal in a new novel habitat, they do have to take a little bit of time, figure out where the groceries are and things like that.
Madam Chair, just a follow-up comment to you, Commissioner Wargo. I'm pretty sure the lion quota in this area is very high and never met. It is really, really steep terrain, very, very difficult to get to and to hunt. I know the area biologist is keenly aware that you would like more harvest of lions in that area, but it just doesn't happen. And, the houndsman community down in that area is very active. So it's one of those things, it's hard to get in there. It's hard to hunt them. They're there, their problem, but lions do what lions do. Thank you.
Commissioner Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wakeling, do these animals get collared or tagged to be able to track them when they're transported?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lane, yeah, you're absolutely correct. Anytime we're doing any of these relocations, we typically radio mark a representative sample at the very least, because this is part of an ongoing research project. It's an aspect of the of the adaptive management plans that we've been working on, I would anticipate a high proportion will be marked with radio telemetry.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burrows.
How do you handle the disease component? Are you testing for any sort of disease before you move these, or just knowledge sampling of the herd that you're taking them from, or how does that work?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, yes, that's one of the reasons why this request is so specific. We want to be able to move sheep that are within the range that we have been testing. We haven't been detected. You can't ever say it doesn't exist, but we haven't been detecting the pathogens that provide us the most concern with respiratory disease that you typically see in bighorn sheep. So we believe this is an appropriate source. We specifically asked for that because we did not want to seek out a different source where it may not be compatible. So because it's within range, we anticipate if there are any pathogens there, they will be compatible with that. When you move animals, you place them under some additional stress, and just that additional stress can be the thing that reduces their resistance to a particular disease. And so we can't say that they're not going to develop a respiratory disease as a result of this, but we think this is the best avenue and the best opportunity we have to manage that in this situation.
So I guess I mean, I heard what Commissioner Wargo said and what Commissioner Brooks said, but the question is if this is true that they can't harvest the mountain lion up there because of the terrain, then are we just adding some more lunch to the mountain lion by transferring these there?
Madam Chair, if we introduce a new ungulate into an area, there's no guarantee that, that's more biomass on the landscape. And for an animal that consumes protein from a living animal as its main source of nutrition, there's no guarantee that we're not going to.
Well, I'm not asking that, but there's a percentage. I mean, if you have a high number of predators and you're putting a new species into the area that there's a high number of predators, that raises the average.
Madam
Your
Chair.
success rate could be skewed quite a bit.
Sure. Madam Chair, and kind of to make the point I think that Commissioner Brook was making, based on the evidence that we're seeing there from what our biologists are seeing, this is a contiguous range, and where the source stock for this sheep translocation, that population is doing well. And part of the reason it's doing well is that predation is at a level where it's not influencing that population. We don't anticipate that by taking those animals and moving them within the same mountain range, which is undoubtedly part of the same range that those mountain lions are using, we don't anticipate that we're going to be having necessarily what am I trying to say? We don't think that'll have the influence of increasing predator populations or give them more food. They're already accessing that food source.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Maybe a little off topic, but I think relevant to the conversation we're having now, which is why when we talked before, I know Commissioner Siebel was having that conversation before he left, this ungulate area of concern. And I think that's a really important model, maybe looking at something going forward to identify those areas, because this sounds like one of those areas. 250 and the Bitterroot is one of those areas. For the last 2 years now, we've avoided it, but our last single ram tag has been in the chopping block for season setting now for 2 years in a row. And this is sounds like a similar type area where we've got 250 is a predator pit. We've got significant lion predation on the bighorn sheep population there. I hope at some point we can look at some sort of management strategy for an ungulate area of concern where we've got depredation, we're looking at losing our last ram tag, whether it's a dish, which we don't have the authority to right now, but hopefully maybe after a legislative session to issue either a second lion tag for those hunters that are willing to go in and hike into steep terrain and go get after a mountain lion, or a longer season or something to address this, because we have some pretty fragile bighorn sheep populations. And I guess on top of that encouragement, we've got 270 right next door to 250. I don't know if we'd consider that the same range, but we've started issuing additional U tags in that 270 area. I hope we can look at something similar to this where we can take some of those, instead of harvesting those U's, take them over to 250. Unfortunately, maybe similar to what Chair Robinson just said, is we may just be taking lunch over there. But if we could get after the cats, use an overpopulation in 270 to transplant over to 250, I hope that's something we can do in the near future, because that fragile 250 sheep population it's on the verge of us losing, like I said, our last ram tag, and we've been fighting to hold that off. But
I still need a motion on this also.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Brook?
I move Fish and Wildlife Commission approve the bighorn sheep translocations into Bear Creek WMA during 2026-2030 to 2026-2035 as presented by the department.
second.
Is that Commissioner Burrows? That's the second. Okay, any further questions, comments? Commissioner Wargo?
Thank you, Chair. Brian, I guess, so from like a recreational sport hunting standpoint with lions, I mean, I know the department can't be sharing, GPS data or anything like that, but we have a very engaged, very active hound hunting community. I know they partner a lot with the department on, the lion studies that are taking place. I've talked to a lot of these guys, and like they're some of the more go-getter hardcore folks that I've ever encountered. I think they would be very, because this is all about just removing a lion versus removing the right lion. And I'm talking, somewhat, this is a hypothetical. I would just say there's probably a high likelihood that we are going to introduce sheep into an area where lion predation is going to be a concern, because it's rugged, tough to access habitat. With some of the folks that are already kind of under retention by the department to be working on these studies, is there any latitude, if they are employed by the department, if you have a collared sheep that has a mortality that goes off, and there's a high likelihood that might be, lion related, would there be any brainstorming or latitude for the department to look at that as like a agency removal for a stated goal to just go in and take care of that acute issue when it does occur?
And I had that same exact thought in question.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Wargo, there have been some initial discussions about that. I will say that in other states that I've worked, that is exactly the approach that we have taken at times. And I think that is something we'll continue to investigate within the bounds of the statutes that we've got to work within Montana. But that is something we definitely will continue to look at.
Commissioner Burrows?
How much does it cost to transplant one of these sheep? Any idea?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, I'm going to give you an approximation. It's probably going to be about $2,000 to $4,000 per animal.
Okay, not as bad as I thought. It is what you're looking, and follow up on this whole cat thing, because I don't think we have time to wait to see how many get killed if we transplant them. We need action right now. If we've got an issue with bighorn sheep populations, we're going to take an effort to move those sheep over there. To me, that management strategy to control predation in that area has to be done jointly. It can't be done after the fact, after we spend $2,000 to $4,000 a sheep to try and help the population, and then say, well, oops, 80% of them just got eaten by mountain lions. Is there authority or is there any decision space for us to give to the department? I don't even know if it's within the commission's purview, but I mean, I think that should be done right now, along with this transplanting of sheep, is give the department authority. Because my understanding is these lions, if they make that kill, just on some of the podcasts and info I've read, is those lions tend to stay in close proximity to that kill for some time, which gives a pretty high likelihood that if you've got a cat kill, you can get onto that site and then identify that cat in that locale. There's probably a pretty good chance that was the cat that took that sheep. And if that, instead of a random taking of cats in that area, that may be that lion that's targeting that bighorn sheep population. So, I mean, this seems like a no-brainer to, along with this transplant, give the department that ability to go in and take the cat.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, what you're discussing is essentially what we've been discussing as well. And I don't know that we've come to a conclusive answer on what our legal authority is and where it stops. Certainly there's the opportunity for the agency to undertake lethal removal under certain circumstances. And I think this is one of those things that if we can certainly defer to legal counsel on this, but my sense is when we try to answer a question, in the moment like this, sometimes we provide an incomplete answer. But I would certainly defer to legal on this one.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows, I mean, we don't have the ability to do it right here in the here and now because we haven't assessed what, the source or roots of those authorities would be, whether we have it in now at the department, whether the commission has it alone and would have to give it to the department. So it's certainly not, framed out with enough clarity and detail at this point to be able to wrap it into this, specific ask of the department for the translocation authority for this particular.
Commissioner
move.
Brooke.
Madam Chair, thank you. Brian, it was my understanding that they are, when they get a mortality signal, they are going up and seeing what it is. And it's not necessarily lions. It's a combination of things. But that we don't have a big lion problem, even though we have a high quota. We don't have a bunch of lions up there just wiping out the population and we're resupplying their food. It was my understanding from Julie and Warren that it's tough terrain. There's a lot of different factors in there. Lions are only one of the problems. And like in the Tendoys, I heard that they had 3 mortality signals and only one of the 3 was lions and the other 2 were disease and old age. So I feel like we're jumping to this conclusion that we've got to get up there and wipe out all the lions when they really do, they'll take a sick one out, which we need that. So I guess I would like to talk about how much of a mortality we're getting up there. Is the mortality lions only?
So, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Commissioner Brooke, without actually doing the release, we don't know what we do anticipate that we'll see some mortality. We don't know what the causes of that mortality will be, and we don't know the extent to which it is. Recently we've released sheep into the Tendoys. We've seen relatively little mountain lion predation there. Within the belts, we've seen a little bit greater predation. However, we also saw a disease issue there. But both of those populations are still present. They're still both, the Tendoys are growing. And so if we see some predation occur, that doesn't necessarily going to mean that it's going to be that it's going to have the overall effect will be negative on the population. The source population that we're looking at here, one of the concerns that we have there is that it's limited by winter range. And so winter range tends to be a period of time when their animals are concentrated. Mountain lion predation may be more prevalent at that point in time. Also, with high densities, we run the risk of possibly, if we do see a disease outbreak, it could be way more prevalent than what it would be if they weren't all concentrated. So if we don't move them, we may see some reductions either as a result of a severe winter or something of that nature. So moving the animals seems like a prudent move to make for the benefit of the source herd. Also, if we do see mountain lion predation, I think that is, trying to address that as a possible limiting factor is an important consideration. And it certainly is something that we will commit to investigating further to see what our authorities are.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Anyone present who would like to speak to this? Is it anyone in the regional offices? Okay, Will Israel, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. My name is Will Israel. That's ISR AEL, speaking on behalf of the Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. First off, would just like to say congratulations and welcome to Region 5 Commissioner Gagnon. We support the proposed bighorn sheep translocation in the Madison Range, Alternative A. This project will restore native sheep to good habitat, improve connectivity between herds, reduce risk of die-offs in the southern herd, and increase future hunting and viewing opportunities. Please approve the department's recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission.
Thank you. Kevin Farren, please.
Chair Robinson, Commissioners, Kevin Farren again with the Montana Wildlife Federation. I'll be brief and just say that we support the proposal for bighorn sheep within range translocation for the very same reasons that Mr. Israel just communicated. And we ask the Commission approve the department's recommendations as presented here. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. Are there any further questions before we go to a vote? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. I'm going to take a 10-minute break and we will resume after that.
If everyone could take their seats, we're going to reconvene shortly. Thank you.
All right, if everyone could please be seated, we'll get started again. All right, Brian, if you'd continue on, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Again, Brian Wakeling, I'm the Game Management Bureau Chief for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. The final item that I've got for you this morning, it deals with the authorization of peregrine falcon take for falconers. This is for the 2026-2027 biennium. This is something that we routinely request from the commission. The authorization for 10 resident, 1 non-resident ability to take nestlings. And what we see in practice is that we have very few of these animals that are removed from the wild. But the populations are doing incredibly well. Currently, the Fish and Wildlife Service, which also regulates aspects of migratory birds, peregrine falcons, falling within that. They're looking at possibly liberalizing what they call passage take. Passage take is not influenced by this regulation, but it indicates that nationwide peregrine falcons are doing very well. Their populations are doing really well. All of this is live take from the wild and then training for falconry. The department recommends the commission authorize this. It's essentially, well, it is identical to what we approved the last time. And so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to address them.
Any questions? Commissioner Burrows, hold on. Yep.
Oh, I was going to make a motion.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I've got a couple of questions. One is, can an individual capture more than one peregrine falcon?
They are permitted, a single permit is in practice, and that permit allows them to remove one from the wild.
Can they get more than one permit?
To my knowledge, I don't believe that, it's not my understanding that they can get 2 in 1 year, but they can certainly hold more than one if they've had one from a previous year.
One follow-up. Is it possible for someone to capture one of these falcons and then sell them?
No, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Walsh, that's not permitted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Lane, were you going to make a motion or do you have? Okay, go ahead.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission vote to approve the take of up to 10 peregrine falcons for falconry purposes by residents and 1 peregrine falcon for falconry purposes by non-residents during the 2026-2027 biennial take period, as well as other recommendations as described above and presented by the department.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows. Any other questions? Commissioner Lane. I mean, not Lane, Walsh.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Wakeling. I do have a question, and Larry Barnes from Victor raised the question that populations may actually be decreasing in their area up on the Bitterroot, and I'm just wondering if the department has a position on that.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Vice Chair Walsh. I am unaware of any information that would indicate that any of our populations are in decline. I don't know if I don't know that we prepped Liz Bradley to respond to this, but I thought I might give the region a chance to respond to it. She may have a better sense than I do on that particular area, but while we may see changes kind of In one area, might see some reductions in than what we do in other areas. Overall, the population as a whole, they're migratory animals and they're doing well. Ms. Bradley, I'll give you an opportunity if you want to add anything there, or someone else from Region 2 if they, I see someone at the corner of Region 2. Not sure if anybody. Liz, I'm kind of putting you on the spot here. I don't know if you have any information regarding peregrine falcon populations within, specifically within the Bitterroot Valley, any of the nesting activity you might be seeing there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, Chair Robinson, members of the commission, I don't have any information to share about that.
The concern was raised by the Bitterroot Bird Alliance. I think it's worth looking at.
Okay, we can look into it.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the motion?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I'm Blair Anderson and I live north of West Yellowstone. And I'm in support of the proposed regulation for peregrine take in 2026, 2027. I'm a Montana master falconer and I hunt with a Montana peregrine that was taken from the wild, and it's a fantastic opportunity to spend some great time in the outdoors. And it's also a great opportunity to practice practical traditional falconry whereby you take a bird from the wild. And from what I've heard and from what I've read, the biology supports this. And I really hope that you support it too. Thank you. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Joby Sable, Joby. Last name is Sabol. Thanks for the opportunity to present my thoughts today. And my thoughts are not only my own, but I'm the president of the Montana Falconry Association. We're about 110, 120 members, depending on the year. Not a lot of active falconers in that 100 plus, but the ones that are active are incredibly passionate about it. As the information before you bears out, and the take of wild peregrines for falconry, you would think it would have some meaningful impact on the wild population. But the science, again and again, is demonstrating that that's not the case. Most recently, U.S. Fish Wildlife Service completed a draft environmental assessment that Mr. Wakeling mentioned in his comments, trending towards normalization of peregrine take, where we're stepping away from the volume of oversight that it has had in the past, both federally and perhaps on a state level, because the population has grown so strong and remains strong. Commissioner Walsh, your question asked about not only the Bitterroot, but what happens with these birds. It's interesting to note falconry is widely misunderstood. It's an anachronism and archaic, but it's fun. And a lot of wild birds that are taken, whether they're kestrels, peregrines, eagles, a lot of those are returned back into the wild by falconers after a period of time. Especially young falconers first getting into it typically fly birds for a season and then
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll release those back to the wild. I would urge you to support the quota as it has been set in the past. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present? How about in the regional offices? Is there anyone? I don't see any hands raised. I'll give you a few seconds to raise your hand if you would like to speak. Okay. Any further questions from the commission? Okay. Did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to acknowledge that there's been a little bit of confusion this week regarding some of the bear regulations and things of that nature. Didn't know if the commission had any questions or wanted to ask any questions at this point in time that I might
guess
be able to answer.
Mainly to me, I just want you to clarify it, I guess, to the public that it's back to the way they thought it was. I mean, if you could just clarify it.
I can give a real quick overview, and if I go off into the deep grass, there's a couple of legal representatives here that'll push me back on. At the December commission meeting, the commission took action that extended the hound hunting season to June 15th. The statute that authorizes hound training indicates that the hound training season begins the day following the end of the spring season. Because those seasons moved to the end of June 15th, many units do not have a quota associated with it. The hound hunting season moves to the end of June 15th. That closes hound training in those units. However, in those units that do have a quota, once that quota is reached, we close that season to hound hunting 48 hours following meeting the quota. At that point in time, the hound, at 48 hours afterwards, then the hound training season would open and run until June 15th. But only in those units where there's not already a prohibition on hound hunting due to grizzly bears, where the quota is met, and then the hound training season or hound hunting season is closed. Then the hound training season will begin.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone need any further clarification or? Okay. All right. Nope. Thank you for everything.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move into parks and outdoor rec.
Good morning, Chair Robinson, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Renee Lemon with the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. Our first request is to temporarily close a section of the Sun River northwest of Augusta. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and Federal Highways are replacing the Sun River Bridge. They started this project actually last year, so we instituted an emergency closure at that time. They haven't yet completed the project, and so they need to request another closure for this season. And the reason we want to close in these types of situations is because it wouldn't be safe for the public to wait or float in that area during construction. The proposal is to temporarily close the river from 500 feet upstream to 500 feet downstream of the bridge from June 1st to November 15th. And as we do with all these types of closures, we'll work with the Bureau of Rec to put signage up around the site. That's my presentation and happy to answer questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Walsh?
I'm just prepared to make a motion. I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt a temporary closure on the Sun River from 500 feet upstream of the existing Sun River Bridge to 500 feet downstream of the existing Sun River Bridge from June 1 through November 15.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Lane, second. Any questions? Okay. Anyone present who would like to speak? Anyone in the regional offices? I don't see any hands raised. Again, I'll give you a couple seconds.
We have a member from the public in Region 3 who would like to speak.
Great. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Langer. I'm from Bozeman.
and I will be representing myself as well as Montana State's political science department. I'm an avid hunter, and this year I've been researching climate change and its effects on chronic wasting disease and other diseases like avian flu. My research, as well as other universities' research and other foundations, including the Arctic Wildlife Foundation.
Do you have a comment for the motion that's on the floor for the closure of the bridge?
Yes, ma'am. I was just saying that the closure of the bridge and construction in environments, particularly surveyed environments, have lasting impacts as they disrupt populations and result in a greater spread of disease. And along with climate change, increase in wildfires, drought, scarcity in resources, we just have to keep these things in mind when we are going forward with construction projects in environmental habitats. So yeah, thank you. Sorry for the comment. It was more of a general comment, but thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Okay. Any questions, guys? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. I think this is your biggest agenda ever.
The next request is to renew the fishing access site annual rule. And I thought it would be helpful to give a little context what this rule is and why it's coming to you. So the way I think about it is it starts with state law. That's the highest level. In state law, one of your powers is that you establish rules for department lands and waters under the jurisdiction of the department. And then the next level down are administrative rules, ARM rules, that have to go through the Montana Administrative Procedures Act, MAPA, which requires a public hearing and going to the Secretary of State. So we have a whole set of public use rules in our ARM, and they state that the commission and department establish fees. And so this rule that I'm bringing to you today is the mechanism for you to approve fees for public use at fishing access sites. We're requesting this renewal because the fee rule expires this month. If some of you were here a year ago, I brought this exact same rule to you. And we're not proposing any changes at this time because we're working on a proposal to update and clarify this fee rule. And I remember and went back and watched the meeting from last year and heard comments from several of you that, gosh, our fees seem pretty low and that we haven't updated them in quite some time. So I wanted to let you know to expect a full proposal later this year for an update to the fees and hopefully to make it less confusing. So I wanted to walk through just a couple of things that were confusing last year. So if you look at the first page of the rule, which is the table of the fees. So under camping, those top two fees are for folks that have a fishing license. And then the next two rows are for folks that do not have a fishing license. And then the second row, you'll see that for people that do have a fishing license, they receive a discount. And that's for Montana residents that are 62 years or older, disabled, or a vet. And the statute says that they receive a 50% discount. So last year, the question was, well, it looks like you're going above and beyond, and that is the case. So we're exceeding statute. And I would say as we're looking to bring you a proposal, we're likely going to bring that back to a 50% discount. So just wanted to point that out. And then the rest of the rule is narrative. So it's a mix of ARM rules and statute. It provides further descriptions of camping, group use, facility rentals, and special recreation permits. And then the last section
on the very last page, is related to the Alberton Gorge. And this is a bit confusing because I've said this is for public, non-commercial, and yet we do have a section in here related to commercial. So in our proposal to clean up our fee rule, we will be pulling that out and moving it into the commercial use fee rule, which I'll be talking about as our next agenda item. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of clarification, and in conclusion, we recommend adopting the FAS annual rule with no changes for 2026, knowing that the department is working on a proposal to bring you later this year. Thank you.
Any questions?
Madam Chair. Renee, thank you very much for all the data that you've been giving me. I really appreciate it. On page 4 of the rule, it says that all camping fees include a 7% state of Montana accommodation tax. So I pay 8%. So does the state only have to pay 7%?
Chair, Commissioner, I'm glad you pointed that out. I believe it is supposed to be 8%, and it did increase. So that's a good catch.
Okay.
So we can update that.
Okay. Madam Chair,
So
another question.
would the motion need to say that because it says no changes? Our motion, our proposal.
Chair, I'd look to legal, but I believe yes, that would be needed to be
Yeah,
included.
Madam Chair, I could, the other option is just to say that the fees include the state of Montana accommodation tax as referenced in the statute. That's going to be whatever the numbers dictated in the statute. So you don't have to run across a problem not keeping up with statutory change.
May need some language on that for the motion.
Okay.
Please.
Well, I
Okay.
have a couple more questions, so
Okay.
we can come back to that. So we have about 150 fishing access sites, correct? About 150 total with camping?
Madam Commissioner, that's correct. So yeah, we have over 300 fishing access sites, but not all of them have camping.
Okay, and of those, about 50% we collect fees on, so, or 50, so the other 150 are free. So, yeah,
Yes.
based on the data you gave me. So how do we decide which ones have a fee and which ones don't?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, really good question. The way that I understand it has been working is for more remote fishing access sites where it's going to take longer for staff to collect the fee. Sometimes it's a case of it may not be worth the cost of collecting the fees. That is something that we're going to look at because I do think it would be helpful to your point to have criteria to determine when we should be charging fees and when we shouldn't.
Okay, and a follow-up to that, is it my understanding that 5 of the fishing access sites with camping, you can reserve those online? Like the Blackfoot corridor, those are online. So what determines what's online and what's not? Like, it seems to me just that Craig should be online. You know, some of these really popular ones where we're generating huge money, but that's first come, first serve. So that's, I guess, what determines that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that's been an issue of our technology and being ready to take on additional reservations. And we're actually, we just are continuing to contract with a third-party vendor that we use for our state park system. And so I see a lot of opportunity to start bringing on more fishing access sites.
I agree. And also just, it's really disturbing to me that most of these, the revenue's down for most of the most popular fishing access site campgrounds were down 50% over the last 2 years. So like, for example, Craig, which I don't know if you guys have been there, but it's very busy campground. It's really nice. 24,000 in 2023, 22,000 in 2024. Last year, 11,000, so 50%. And Craig is, that doesn't make any sense to me. Do you know what's happening? And this is kind of across the board, except for like the Blackfoot corridor, it looked like those campgrounds still did okay. But everything else is down dramatically. Not in the camping business, and I wasn't down 50%.
Yeah. Madam Chair, Commissioner, really good point. It's something that jumped out to me as well as we were sharing that data with you. And so I reached out to staff, and I think it's different depending on the area. Overall, we are seeing a decrease in camping, but like you say, it's a pretty big decrease. So I think some of it is a bit of data collection. Is our data accurate? So we need to make sure that our data collection efforts are accurate. And then some of it, I think, is an overall reduction in camping that's happening. And then in certain places, we may have had a closure that affected that specific campground.
Do you think that if they were reserve sites, you would have more consistent rather than just winging it and driving all that way to see first come, first serve?
Madam Chair, I think that would be ideal to have a mix. It's a mix that's needed so folks can reserve and know that they have a site available. Also providing for people who are a little more ad hoc and want to be able to have a first come, first serve opportunity.
Madam Chair. I would just reinforce that comment both by Commissioner Brook and Chair Robinson about the reservations. I think the Montana public travels a long ways to recreate in the state of Montana, and not knowing if you have a campsite might prohibit someone from traveling a couple 100 miles on a what if first come, first serve.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wargo.
Thank you. Question. Regarding reservable camping, does that, if we enact or how does the current reservation system work? If it's out there online, is this for residents only, or does that open up a pool to all non-residents?
Commissioner or Madam Chair, Commissioner. So it isn't for our park system and for those few FAS sites that are on the reservation system. It is open to residents and
Both residents and non-residents.
That's
So
correct.
I mean, I would throw that out there. It's something that, you know, a lot of reservable campgrounds in the Flathead. I thought it was the most amazing thing at first when it came online. This is for the Forest Service reservation system. It's gotten to the point where it's almost impossible to get a reservation on a weekend because somebody from out of state comes. You can book for up to 2 weeks at a time. So if you're waiting to go Friday, Saturday, Sunday on a reservation, they book, somebody from out of state comes, they're going to stay for, a week to 10 days or something. And they'll book that whole slot so that the campgrounds on the weekends, they're already reserved before they come open for booking. And I don't know exactly length of stay, but I would assume length of stay is similar on the state sites. Also, there's been, I would encourage the department looking at to make sure that there's like no bots reserving campgrounds and whatnot, because that's something that you're seeing, like a Reserve America, somebody that's like renting out an RV or something is somehow getting the reservations for the Forest Service campgrounds and whatnot. So I guess reservations are awesome, but be careful what you wish for, because it can cut out, the local folks and some of that other stuff. With some of the uncertainty comes better availability, is what I would say.
Commissioner Burrows.
Renee, could you explain what you said earlier? You're asking us to approve the rule, but you'll be bringing a proposal forward with this discrepancy of 50%. Could you explain that? And then the next question is, to Commissioner Wargo's point, just looking at this non-resident versus resident differential in the fee itself, it's only 50% higher. And that to me doesn't seem like enough. And I don't know if that's part of your proposal to reevaluate. Because if you look at any other, like a resident fishing license compared to a non-resident fishing license or a hunting license, this seems to maybe be a little out of whack with where we are for a differential between, or a multiplier from a resident to a non-resident.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so looking at that camping table, so it doesn't actually have a split for resident, non-resident, except for that discount. But not only do you have to be a Montana resident, but you also need to be 62 years or older, disabled, or a veteran. So currently, the breakdown is whether you have a fishing license or not. So if you're a non-resident with a fishing license, it would be $12 per night. If you're a non-resident without a fishing license, it would be $18 per night.
What is a non-Montana fishing license holder?
Somebody that does not hold a Montana fishing license. It's confusing, the way that the language is.
Crazy.
And I would say that we are looking at breaking it down between residents and non-residents, again, for that proposal that we're going to bring to you later this year.
So it's even worse than I thought. There's not even a differential between resident and non-resident. Okay.
Any other questions?
Just a comment, Madam Chair and Renee, I mean, this strikes the fee structure right now just strikes me as way overly complicated. And also the Department of Interior right now is looking at all their fees for the national parks and, you know, making really aggressive moves on non-resident entry fees into the park. I'd just encourage you to think about a couple of things, simplifying, making it easier. I assume that a lot of this is done in cash, having like a $750 per day, having, you know, rounding things off, and then encourage you again to lean on Commissioner Brook as the resident expert on the commission on this topic. It just feels like you need to do some survey work and also some market-based analysis on your fee structure. And then the final comment is, I don't know where these funds go. Do they dump into a general fund, or is there a way to isolate them to improvement of the access sites?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so these funds go into our general license account, which is used for a number of things, but includes improving fishing access sites.
Commissioner Brook?
Madam Chair, one more comment. When I got the list of all of the campgrounds that had 50%, like Loch Leven, for example, was 40,000 in 2023, 39,000 in 2024, and 16,000 last year. I decided to go online and see, you know, why are some of these ones at 50%? And they have all these campsites or these websites now that for people who are boondockers that to get free camping. And almost all of the littler ones, people who review those campgrounds say it's free. So I think the part of the problem is you've got people coming in, staying for a night. They know they can get away with it. So I don't know when you have your signage, whether you have like a QR code or something that they can pay online. But I suspect you have a problem.
Commissioner Burrows?
I guess I was just wondering what the rationale for a discount for somebody with a fishing license. Is there part of that fishing license pays for the access sites? Is that the rationale for it, or why the discounted rate?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I wasn't around when that decision was made to create that fee structure, but I would guess that you're right on, that people were thinking about what it costs to go to a fishing access site and camp there. You've got to have your license if you want to be able to fish. And now you also have to have a conservation license. So I am guessing that is the reason.
Because Madam Chair, if those licenses don't contribute to fishing access sites directly, then it makes there is no nexus there between that discounted rate. And I think you could make a straight-faced argument that actually somebody with a fishing license may have more impact on the campground than somebody that doesn't, because they're going to be moving out and creating more competition in that stretch of river. So
Is there
I guess
anyone
to
who
me-
can answer that question, I guess?
I can answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair. So fishing license fees do go into that general license account as well. That is, some of that goes towards improvements at fishing access sites.
I guess just to follow up and kind of end the conversation, we'll see what your proposal looks like, but maybe to Commissioner Walsh's point, simplifying and not having to read like, do I have a fishing license? It's $12.50. Like, just make it a fee. It's a pretty reasonable deal to camp, and whether you got a fishing license or not, I don't think is making or breaking people's ability to recreate. So simplification and round bills make a lot of sense as well, instead of trying to find some change or dollar bills. Round up to the nearest 5 or 10, whatever you can do, makes sense to me.
A QR code is a very good idea too.
In the same breath, Madam Chair, I just add, you had to carefully look at the senior citizen rate. 62 seems super young these days. Madam Chair, that is in statute. And I was just gonna say, we are starting to use QR codes at some of our state parks and some of our FAS sites. So we're getting there.
Somebody, I would entertain a motion, and do you have the additional language that we need? Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Lane.
I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission adopt the FAS rule with no changes for 2026, except for any required statutory adjustments.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Brooke. Any further questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wargo?
Question for Renee. I guess as far as the reservable campgrounds, do we have a breakdown of what the resident versus non-resident utilization would be? And I guess the second part to that, if that breakout is, if there's a discrepancy, I mean, I would assume that the commission maybe would have an authority to cap that at a percentage of non-residents, similar to like non-resident license or deer and elk draws, just to.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so the first part of that question, so for any of our sites, state parks, fishing access sites that are on the reservation system, we can break that down to find out how many are residents and how many are non-residents. So we do have access to that data. And then on the second part, as to whether you would be able to make a decision to cap non-residents, I'd refer that to legal.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Wargo, I mean, in a broad sweeping stroke, presumably we'd have some basis for trying to draw that distinction, just like we do in other areas.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's an issue yet, I guess. So as you dive into this, I mean, you know, if it's 75% non-resident reservations, then maybe that's something worth looking at. If it's a reasonable split, then that's not anything we'd need to look into. Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Brooke?
Renee, I thought that like this for the state park campgrounds, I thought some of those sites open earlier for reservations for Montana residents, and then it goes out to the general, or I thought there was some sort of a preference that Montanans could make reservations earlier.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, no. So the reservation system opens 3 months ahead of time, but it's for anybody.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Commissioner Lane?
I guess in regard to that, I would proceed with caution, because we want people to come in to our state, enjoy what we have. And with it being on a first come, first served basis, and also as far as supporting the local economies, a lot of the out-of-staters are going to probably be contributing more than the residents are. I look at it, we expect so much as residents that we're not willing to give anything up. And I don't think this is giving up, it's giving everybody equal chance. And so I would be very cautious about doing that.
Any other questions or comments?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke?
one comment. Because I'm in the business, I think the people who are staying at these campgrounds tend to be Montanans. And the people who are hiring a guide and they've got their big fancy rig, they're staying with me. I really think that the Montana people get pushed out of some of these really popular campgrounds by other Montana people who, like in Great Falls, can go down to Craig and put their tag on there on a Monday, and then they've got 7 days, and it's a 7-day limit, I think, in the fishing access campgrounds. I think the competition is us on those campgrounds, and I stay at them. So I see it a lot that it's full of Montanans for the most part. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. I have a motion on the floor. Is there anyone present who would like, I don't even think we have, okay, is there anyone in the regional offices? Is there nobody has their hand raised? Okay. Without any further questions, we will go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Commercial use permit.
This is a request to renew the commercial use permit fee rule for fishing access sites, fisheries conservation areas, wildlife management areas, and FWP administrative sites. So similar to the public use fee rule that you just talked about, this has the same levels of authority. So statute says that you've got the power to establish rules. And then in ARM, we have a whole section of commercial use rules. And in that, it says that the commission shall adopt commercial use fees for department lands except for state parks. So again, this commercial use permit fee rule is the mechanism for you to adopt these fees. We're requesting the renewal because the fee rule expired at the end of 2025. This is another annual rule. And we're not proposing any changes because similar to the public use side, we're also working on a proposal to consolidate all of our commercial use fees and clarify and update them and bringing a proposal to you later this year. I did want to walk through a couple of areas that are confusing. So if you want to flip to the one-page rule.
So real quick before I forget, is there anything in these rules that we need in addition to the proposed motion?
Any changes? No.
Okay, thank you.
So the first row is for licensed outfitters, and this is primarily applied to commercial use on fishing access sites as well as water bodies. So if you see next to licensed outfitter, it states an FAS permit. So this is required for the use of fishing access sites, accessing unrestricted water bodies. And when I say unrestricted, it means that they don't have any rules in them. We have a handful of rivers where we've got restrictions or regulations. So then below that is the commercial use permit, which is required for use of fishing access sites that are accessing those restricted rivers. And then underneath, there are 3 options for the commercial use permit fee. A is 3% of
I
unadjusted.
don't think we need it all read to us, but is there something that's like specific that you think?
Well, I was just going to give you guys an example of each of those options because I remember last year I got this question, and then I know Commissioner Gagnon had a couple questions about it. So I can run through it pretty quickly. But the 3% unadjusted income is used on rivers with no allocation system. So there's no tracking of client days and no allocation of client days. And an example would be the Blackfoot River. The second is the $5 per client day conducted. That's based on actual use. This would require a system for tracking client days conducted. And I actually don't have an example for this one because it's not being widely used. And then the $4 per allocated client day is used on rivers where there's a cap or an allocation. So such as the Beaverhead or Big Hole. And one question that came up last year is about licensed outfitters on other types of sites like WMAs. And our commercial use rules in ARM prohibit hunting outfitting on department land except for travel on a designated trail for the purpose of gaining access to adjacent public land. And then below that, you'll see water-based service provider. Again, this is most primarily used for accessing fishing access sites or water bodies. And these are folks that provide facilities and equipment or personal services for recreation other than hunting and angling. And the fee structure is set up similarly to the licensed outfitter model. So I think the rest are pretty self-explanatory. Just wanted to point those two out. So we recommend renewing the commercial use permit fee rule with no changes.
Are there any specific questions? Commissioner Gagnon?
Yeah, thank you, Renee, very much. And thanks for responding to those questions. On terms of one comment and one question, in terms of the structure of this, I would encourage you in your review to simplify it and reduce some of the confusion, much like the fishing access rule. But specifically to the 3% of unadjusted income in both of those categories, I think that creates some equity issues between outfitters, and that's gross income as opposed to net income. Depending on what their expenses are for the year, that could be a substantial part of their income or not. So I think that does create some equity issues. I also don't think that's been equally applied in the manner that you referenced. I also would encourage you in your review to align that with some of the other special use permits with federal agencies such as the Department of the Interior and the Fort Peck project, because they also have similar fee structures, and it would be good to avoid confusion between those with individuals who have multiple use permits. Thank you.
So I guess I just would like some clarification. So did the ARM set these rules that or are we actually setting these rules as they're broke down here?
Madam Chair, it's the latter.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Burrows, I'll go to Commissioner Burrows first.
I thought I understood, but with your clarification now. So a licensed outfitter or web-based or water-based service provider, they pay a fishing access site permit fee of $100 a year, $15 a day. Then on top of that, they pay the commercial fees below.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so it depends on whether it's an unrestricted river or a restricted river. So if it's unrestricted, they just pay the FAS permit fee. If it's restricted, they just pay the commercial use permit fee.
Okay. And then it's 3% of unadjusted income. Is that an and or an or after that? Is it one of the three or?
It's one of the three.
One of the three.
I had that question also because there's no or after the first.
So that would help
Yes.
clarify
Yes.
if there was an or there.
Commissioner Brooke.
Madam Chair, I'm more confused than I was before. So let me so if you're filming a TV show about one of our rivers and you're filming people on the river fishing and you're filming the river, which of these apply to you?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, so I do have Liam Harry, who's our expert and is very down into the weeds. He's on Region 2, and I'm wondering if I could, with your permission, refer that question to him.
Okay, Region 2. Did you hear the question?
Yes, thank you for the question, commissioners. My name is Liam Harry, last name spelled Harry. I'm a Parks and Outdoor Recreation Planner for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Regarding the question of filming and photography on our water, this is accessed via our FAS site, so it's based on where that use type is accessed.
to the water body. So in this case, the categorical commercial use type would be the still photography and filming, and that's what that fee would apply to, because they're accessing that water body via the FAS site.
Okay, just a follow-up question. It's the same thing. So I'm just trying to figure out how much Montana's benefiting if you go down to still photography, one person photographing. It's very unclear to me. Do you add on to 2 to 3, or if you had 21 or more, is it an or an and? So it's and after $50 per year and?
If I could answer that question, yeah, so it's not an and, it's an or. So depending on the crew size is what determines the fee that will be applied.
What a deal.
It's still very confusing though.
It's a
I mean,
good
that,
deal.
It's a great deal.
because the first line doesn't say how many models, props, whatever. It could be $50 a year, but then you go down and break down into the how many person crews. It doesn't make sense as I read it, but yeah.
So if my friend's a professional photographer, am I technically a model if I'm
Right.
not?
Well, it doesn't.
I'm not gonna go, I'm just kidding.
And I'm sure.
Commissioner Walsh.
Madam Chair, Renee, I have a couple of questions. Just if you could walk us through an example on the licensed outfitter. If, let's use an example, let's say it's an outfitter with one guide, guiding on the Madison, versus an outfitter with 100 guides outfitting on a single day. Are they both paying $100 per year or 15 per day?
Madam Chair, I'd like to refer this question to Liam. I think he's going to be best to answer this one.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So regarding the Madison, the outfitter themselves would be, the fee charge for them would be the 3%. That acts as their FAS permit on any restricted water bodies for the outfitter. Any guides or anyone working under the purview of that outfitter is required to have that FAS permit. And that is on a restricted water body.
Okay, follow up. How about on unrestricted water bodies? I think the Yellowstone's unrestricted.
Yeah, so for any unrestricted water bodies, any guides or outfitters are required to have the FAS permit.
And they'd pay $100 per year for that?
Correct.
Just a comment to follow up. This is with my free marketeer hat on. I think as you look at this in the coming months, we've got a problem with crowding on our rivers. I believe that the state should be benefiting and helping the market decide how to contain traffic on major rivers like the Madison. So it's a restricted river, but I think that there should be a different fee structure by river. And I know I'm running the wrong way on the complication, but maybe there's a way to say, okay, these selected rivers have a different fee structure than the unrestricted waters. But then in both cases, I don't know when these fees were originally set, but in what I see in the state right now is the cost for individuals, residents and non-residents, and the outfitters don't differentiate between the two, have gone up. I fished the Madison last weekend, and the fee for one day in a boat was $850. Now, 5 years ago, it was significantly less than that, but this fee structure hasn't changed. And I'm not sure they're at a threshold of pain yet for the consumer, so that maybe we can help them differentiate key rivers where we need to restrict further by adding more fees. And I think the fee should go down to per day in these instances so that, so that it would impact the cost for an individual to fish those rivers. And I'm not really sure, having led the effort on the Madison to restrict traffic, I'm not really sure that, short of legislative action, which I would say the odds of that actually happening in the next session are really remote, that there's a better solution than to try to push up the cost of fishing for commercial outfitters so that we start to do something to restrict the amount of boats floating down the Madison and other key rivers. So I'm just trying to encourage you to be aggressive on your fee structures as you revise this. I support what you're trying to do today. And I also don't think that it's fair to outfitters and guides to spring something that they're already booked for this season. But I think the earlier you can engage MOGA and FOAM in the process of looking at these commercial fees, the better off we'll all be. Thank you.
Commissioner Gagnon.
Madam Chair and fellow members, Renee, thank you again. I just want to go back to the 3%. And I have talked with a couple of outfitters. There's some confusion. It says 3% of unadjusted income. There's a number of outfitters that do both fishing and hunting, and there is some confusion about where that 3% is calculated, and also some discomfort with releasing their financial records in order to determine that. So I would encourage you in reviewing this, to the degree possible, to move away from the need to access the outfitter's financial records.
Commissioner Burrows, go ahead.
Just to clarify, a restricted river is similar to and circling back to the discussion I brought up earlier on the Bitterroot. That's one of these river systems that have these lottery allocated lifetime permits that we give out. That's what would be a.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, they're all a little bit different,
Okay.
but yes, they've got some kind of restriction or regulation.
So we allocate these outfitter licenses differently based on which water body, so Bitterroot specifically, I think there's 33 of these licenses or permits. The 3 that came up were going to be allocated through a lottery. So we allocate those differently than a
correct.
lottery system.
That's correct.
How else do we allocate those?
Oh, I might refer that one to Liam because I know he's got that right on the top of his head for each of them.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Burrows. So to answer your question, for each water body system, there's water body rules that are put in place, so ARMs, and those go through a process of a CAC and then are established and approved through ARM. And so for each of those frameworks that are put in place, it's determined how those permits are initially set up. Typically, it's with historical use, and so the outfitters kind of backdating from that time in which the rule is put in place, it's the historical users or the guides or outfitters. And that stays in place with those list of permittees or providers until the permit is no longer used, suspended or revoked, and then the allocated or the reallocation or a new permit is done through a lottery system, as for the Bitterroot that has recently gone out for those 3 applications specifically. Other caps would be the Alberton Gorge, in which historical use was established, and there's a list of providers there. In any of those, if they are revoked or there's no longer any use, then those would go out for lottery as well.
So, Madam Chair, follow-up. So I guess that doesn't answer the question is the determination of these in a restricted water body, how are those allocated? I asked, are they all lottery similar to the Bitterroot? And what I thought I heard was no, there's other methods. So I understand that there's a baseline established. We issue so many of these outfitter licenses. When those are no longer necessary, they don't meet the requirements, those are put through a lottery system. How else on a restricted water body do we allocate licenses for them to use besides the lottery system? A highest bidder or what, like, how do we do that?
But go ahead. Jeff said he could answer this.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Burrows. So you've got the system in the West Fork of the Bitterroot that we talked about, where we really don't have the space at this point inside the existing rule structure to do anything other than the rule framework that's there that says the case of an abandoned, forfeited, permit, that those go back out to a lottery. And in the case of the West Fork, that lottery is not restricted to current permit holders. The Smith system, which is the State Parks Board system, because that's a state parks, the Smith has a system that if for whatever reason one of those 76 captured launches becomes available, those are then made available to the current pool of existing Smith launch holders. And if I'm not mistaken, on the Beaverhead, if you are a holder of one of the ration client days on the Beaverhead or the Big Hole, with BH2 as referred to it, and those client days, for whatever reason, come back into the system out of the hands of an outfitter, they don't go back out to the client days of that outfitter pool. Those get put into what's called a temporary or one boat outfitter, temporary client day pool, where people come in every year as one boat outfitters to pull days out of that pool because they're not part of that historical use pool. So they all have a little bit different nuance to them. But to your point about earlier about the West Fork, I mean, there's room inside each one of those arm structures, particularly the ones you guys are, manage on the BH2 and the West Fork of the Bitterroot to have a structure that says there's not, that you can dictate what happens to those after they come back out of the pool for whatever reason, for non-use, forfeiture, whatever like that. But I think the BH2 right now, those don't just go right back into the client day pool that's sitting out there. There's shift over into a pool that's used by one boat outfitters and accessed on an annual basis.
Wow.
Commissioner Wargo.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Renee, I guess quick question on the still photography and filming. I would assume that's mostly targeted at okay, Warner Brothers is going to, film something on one of our rivers, but does it warrant with the expansion of, YouTube folks and other stuff? I mean, you get, 2 fly fishermen and a film, a cameraman that comes in and, does a film production, on a popular stretch of river. They put that up. I mean, we're going to get a lot of extra. I mean, we see some of those videos get posted and you see a lot of increase in use. Everybody wants to go do the same thing that just got put. Is there any way to capitalize on any of that? Maybe the tracking would be pretty difficult, but I would think we're, I mean, those folks are monetizing the rivers. Anyway, I don't know what the definitions are.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner. So maybe it's something that might help you all is anytime somebody wants to propose a commercial use, they have to go through an application process. And so they're putting together an application and that's going to our regional recreation manager where they're reviewing what the proposal is. And sometimes they say no, and sometimes, they are able to figure out exactly how these fees apply. So I think how it's been happening is more on a case-by-case basis. I think you bring up a good point and something for us to consider.
I would assume that most YouTube influencers are not contacting the department and figuring out what the fee is to film some sort of special on fishing the Madison or something. I would assume that the department isn't capturing any revenue from that, are they?
Oh, Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't know, Liam, if you have any insight into that specific scenario, talking with the regions. I do not. Yeah, I think it is a challenge to capture and ensure that those who are using the fishing access sites to gain access to these water bodies when conducting commercial use should be applying for a commercial use permit, and ensuring that happens is, yeah, can be difficult, I think, from one communication standpoint to those users, as well as enforcement and ensuring compliance. But I don't have any specific examples.
Commissioner Walsh.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission renew the existing commercial use permit fee rule for fishing access sites, fisheries conservation areas, wildlife management areas, and FWP administrative sites with no change for the 2026 calendar year.
Second.
Commissioner Lane seconded. Okay, any other questions before I go out for comments?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Brooke.
I have to come back to this, the filming. It just seems crazy to me. We have a pending advertisement for Ralph Lauren on Hebgen Lake. That it's going to be probably just a couple $100 for them to use Hebgen Lake in their film. This seems so low to me, and then that we should have some way of, like, let me just ask this question. If you're filming from private land on the Madison, there's no fee. You can film all day long on private land on the Madison.
That's correct. You'd have to work that out with the private landowner.
Okay, but Hebgen Lake,
So Hebgen Lake, it would depend on how they're accessing it, whether they're accessing it from one of our sites or from private land.
well, it seems low, so that's my comment.
Anyone in any of the regional offices who would like to comment? Okay, Michael Bias, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Mike Bias, BIAS, Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana. And we support the commission renewing the existing commercial use permit fee rule for fishing access sites, conservation areas, wildlife management areas, and FWP administrative sites with no change for the 2026 calendar year. But we might add that we've been really, I think, good working communication with Ms. Lemon on looking at the existing rules and editing and seeing which direction we need to go on this. And so we look forward to working with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, particularly the recreation, to bring forth a revised rule in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Will Israel, please.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Will Israel with Montana Outfitters and Guides. I echo the same sentiment as Mike Bias with foam and support the commercial use permit fee rule and ask to the commission to adopt that as well. Look forward to continued conversations on this effort and the work that the commission and the department is doing on assessing these fees and use on the rivers. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. Any further questions before we go ahead?
Just
Commissioner-
one clarification,
Commissioner Burrows?
Madam Chair. I thought I heard, Renee, I thought I heard you say the same thing, that you're looking for approval on this today, but you will bring a proposal forward. That proposal is in regards to the fees?
That's correct. Yeah, the commercial use fees and the structure of it.
So for what are we approving exactly?
But it won't be into effect until next year, what she'll bring us forward. Yeah.
For 2027?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Understood. This fee, exactly how it exists today, is what you're asking for approval. 27,
Correct.
you'll amend something.
Correct.
potentially.
Any other questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay. Whitebird and Swinging Bridge fishing access.
All
site
right,
restrictions.
last one. So this is a request to restrict use at the Whitebird Fishing Access Site, which is on the Stillwater River. Restricting it to walk-in only. And the reason is the bridge on Whitebird Road, which is the only public access to this site. It's not safe. It's got a big hole in it. So we cannot allow vehicle access. Right now, we've got an emergency rule restricting vehicle access across it in place. We found out through working with an engineering firm, it's going to take until next spring to fix the bridge. So we're asking the commission to restrict it to walk-in only until it's fixed. And then it's going to have some impacts to the next fishing access site downstream, which is Swinging Bridge FAS. We're anticipating that with the restricted access at Whitebird, we're going to see more use at Swinging Bridge. So we're proposing to make it day use only during this time period, so that folks couldn't camp there. So it would allow for that additional use that we anticipate. So in conclusion, we recommend that the commission approve the temporary restricted use at Whitebird and Swinging Bridge fishing access sites.
So do they walk across the bridge that has the big
Yeah,
hole?
so they can park on the shoulder of the highway and then walk along the road to access the fishing access site.
Commissioner Burrows.
Madam Chair, I move the commission adopt the proposed temporary restriction of walk-in only use of Whitebird FAS until the bridge is repaired or replaced and safe for public use, and restrict Swinging Bridge FAS to day use only from May 1st to July 23rd, 2026.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Lane, second. Any questions? Commissioner, please go ahead.
Yeah, Renee and the department, just thank you for looking out for the public safety as well as providing opportunity for the public to use the resource.
Commissioner Lane.
Is there adequate parking? You said when they're on the, and it's safe parking? Okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yeah, I talked with the regional supervisor and he said it's a small number of people that have been continuing to use it, so there is adequate space.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone online who would like to comment? Anyone in the regional offices? Okay. One more chance. Any questions? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Schenk.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Bill Schenk for the Land and Water Program of the department. I have just one item for you this morning. This is a proposal to enter a recreation permit and for the associated site development at the 26-mile, what would be the 26-mile fishing access site. The site is along the highway south of between Livingston and Yellowstone. This is with the Montana Department of Transportation. MDT site there has been used by the public for years. It's pioneered. It has suffered damage in the sense that the public is using multiple pull-offs of the highway, multiple lanes and launch points to get to the river. This damage was exacerbated in 22 by the flood. And so it is actually MDT that came to FWP and said, can you help us here? We'd like to get this under some form of management. And so
FWP has engaged with them since then. It's taken some time, but we're making real progress on getting the site going. We've got an ask in the 27 legislative session for capital funds to be able to hopefully match with federal funds and to do the construction work. That would be a day use only site with a boat ramp. We'll also have to address the pull-off and harden the pull-off from the highway to get into the site. But that'll reduce it to one safer, organized access point to the site. EA was published, public comment taken, some public comment, mostly favorable, and that's really all I have. I think given the schedule, we do have to have a cultural survey done this summer, and we've got other funds that we're looking to commit that are DJ monies that we're looking to commit by September. I anticipate we'd be in construction next year.
Any questions?
Madam Chair, I move the Fish and Wildlife Commission approves the proposal to obtain a no-cost recreation lease from MDT for development and management of an FAS on the 26-mile site.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Wallace, second. Any further, Commissioner Gagnon?
A quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair and Managers Inc. There is no plans in the future to have this more than a day use, so it would be identified as day use only, no camping plans in the future.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gagnon, to my knowledge, there is not such plans. The current commitment is to day use. Whether decision makers 20 years out make that decision, I don't know.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gagnon, I believe there's camping at the fishing access site just above and just below. I'm pretty sure.
Any further questions? Okay. Is there, looks like Michael Bias, if you want to go ahead.
Chair, Commissioners, my name is Mike Bias, BIAS, Executive Director of the Fishing Outfitters Association of Montana, and we strongly support that the Commission approve this proposal to obtain a no-cost lease from MDT and develop an FAS at the 26-mile site. Commissioner Walsh, you might remember during the Madison Work Group, this site became quite popular as one of the landowners continually put no trespassing signs on the ramp there, and then caused a little bit of a stir with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and recreation floaters, and then the floods through 2020 one or two caused some issues, and I think it's great that MDT came to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to work on making this an established fishing access site, a boat ramp. It's right next to the highway on the Yellowstone. There's not a lot of room. But it's well used, and I think it would be a great thing. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Will Israel, please.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, Will Israel, ISR AEL with Montana Outfitters and Guides. Echo the same sentiments as Mike Bias with foam, and as we've heard throughout the years and seen, these informal sites get established by local fishermen, local anglers, and people like that, and so this addresses that issue. And so we support Alternative B, FWP's proposal to establish a managed fishing access site at the 26-mile location on the Yellowstone River. Formalizing the site with a single boat launch, parking area, and restroom will improve public safety, reduce resource damage and littering, and provide a better experience for boaters and anglers. And we ask for approval of this recreation site permit. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission.
Thank you. Kevin Farron, please.
Yes, Chair Robinson, Commissioners, Kevin Farron again with the Montana Wildlife Federation. We support this fishing access site recreation permit and site development as well. No need to belabor the point. Mr. Bias and Mr. Israel did a good job. We agree with everything that they said. And we ask that you approve the proposal to get the ball rolling on a bona fide fishing access site here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone in the regional offices? Any further questions? Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. One thing we left on the agenda is public comment, items not on the agenda. Is there anyone who would like to speak to that? Okay. So Alistair McLean, if you would like to go ahead, please.
How's it going, commissioners? My name is Alistair McLean, and I'm here speaking today on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of Montana State University about the accelerating decline of cold water fisheries in southwest Montana, particularly the Big Hole, Beaverhead, and Jefferson rivers. Across these systems, we've seen a consistent and troubling pattern of rising stream temperatures, declining flows, and an increasing ecological stress. In recent years, these rivers have repeatedly exceeded 70 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer, which places fish in critical thermal thresholds for increased stress and mortality. At this temperature, trout and Arctic grayling are both threatened, especially in the Big Hole River, where we have the last fluvial population of Arctic grayling. This is not an isolated issue either. Trout recruitment across the entire Missouri Basin has been increasingly challenged, and as well as the trout recruitment throughout the state. In the Big Hole, again, which has the last grayling population in a river in the U.S., has seen some of the greatest stress. The current management strategies employed on these rivers and throughout Montana are well-intentioned, but given the current climate projections we see in the state of Montana, they are not going to be sufficient in the long term. I think that a lot of the stuff that we do have implemented, such as river closures and hoot owl temperature conditions in the summer, are very effective, and those should continue to be applied. But I think that a greater mandation of barbless hook fishing throughout the state could help to reduce pressure on these threatened populations during periods when stress is already incredibly high. And then on the Big Hole, Beaverhead, and Jefferson rivers, I think that seasonal spawning closures are a great management strategy and should continue to be applied to protect these fish during the periods of increased stress that we have seen in the last couple of years.
Okay, thank you. Your time is up. Thank you for your comments. Okay, Kaylor Hegna, please.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Kyler Hegna, Hegna, and I'm a student and fisherman from Bozeman. I've been collecting data on closures in the greater Yellowstone area using FWP's water body closures database. And I've found the earliest hoot owl restrictions in the GYA have moved 2 weeks earlier in the season since 2015. This is not some small shift. This is a complete structural change in our fishery. Per the Greater Yellowstone Climate Assessment, the primary cause of rising water temperatures in the region is climate change. researchers found lower flows in warming rivers force fish to abandon their natural habitats and thus crowd into smaller, deeper, colder areas, leading to an increased risk of disease, predation, and invasive species, leading to worse spawning and worse adult populations. The Greater Yellowstone Climate Assessment found over the next 20 years, 17% of our rivers temperatures are expected to rise past the point of being able to support trout, and that number is expected to double by 2080. We need to be honest about this crisis. It's not simply a matter of climate. No, it's an economic crisis for guides, outfitters, tribes, and the rural communities that rely on the fishing industry. I'm asking the commission to take a proactive, science-based approach with 4 solid steps.
First, we need to build an interagency data sharing platform, combining the data from FWP, Montana's universities, Forest Service, and conservation nonprofits into one location. Second, we need to take a proactive approach to protecting cold water aquatic habitats before they reach the 73-degree threshold Alistair was talking about. This means getting ahead of the problem and not simply reacting to it. Third, we need to protect cold water habitats by maintaining and restoring riparian shade to lower temperatures even during warm, low flow years. Fourth, the commission should also work with key stakeholders such as tribal governments, businesses, anglers, and community planning boards to identify and react to the effects of rising water temperatures on individual rivers. My ideal outcome is a more resilient river system in the GYA that can handle dry years without placing the entire burden on the people who rely on these rivers for their livelihood.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who has items that are not on the agenda? Okay. Commissioner Walsh.
I just have a special request for the last two commenters. I would really appreciate getting your comments in writing. If you have a moment, if you could send them to my Commissioner Region 4 email address.
Commissioner Burrows.
Just kind of some cleanup if we could for the department and probably mostly legal, but the petition today was dropped off, but one of the things that I hope we can work on, we've talked about before, because I know we're going to get more of these requests for motorized restrictions and impacts from wakeboard or wake boats. Hopefully there's work towards some sort of committee collaborative effort to come up with at least some sort of statewide model versus trying to piecemeal petitions. I think that's a bad way for us to go. And we've had a handful of those come up. The second request we talked about, but just want to make sure that it's on your guys' radar. Whether it's legislative or department or ARM, this ability to take these restricted water bodies and take a look at those permits to see if they're necessary or if we should continue to have those based on crowding, fisheries, impacts, all the things that have been discussed. I would like to have a little more discussion about the ability for, if we're going to move, especially bighorn sheep, but any ungulates, the ability to control predators through something outside of just a quota or special license. If we have the ability, if they're collared and if we have predation, can we allow the department to manage those?
Are you asking them to come back to us with who has authority?
On all these things
Yep.
that are being
Okay.
brought up, who has the authority or what needs to change? Is it
Okay.
stat? Because I think sometimes there's confusion whether it's an ARM, is it our rule, your rule, legislative fix, just so we know. And then lastly, sorry, Renee, for beating on you like we did, but I think you see there's a lot of concern about fee structures, equitability, resident versus non-resident, and it just didn't look like all those fees that were proposed today to me passed the smell test that I was looking for, but interested in seeing the 2027 proposal. So
Any other closing comments by any commissioners? All right. Thank you everyone for your time. Meeting is adjourned.